Welcome in, fellow Potterheads. Tonight, beneath the starry ceiling of the Great Hall, we will be going over magical tales from the wizarding world to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of the wizarding world. Whether you're watching from California, Hogsmeade, or London, share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of witchcraft and wizardry as we begin tonight's magical tales. Chapter 1. The Ancient Origins of Heath Magic. Long before the great castles of wizarding Britain rose from their foundations, long before the Ministry of Magic established its corridors of power, there existed communities of magical folk who found their home among the rolling heaths and wind-swept moors of the ancient landscape. These were places where magic felt as natural as the morning mist, where the very earth seemed to pulse with an energy that spoke to those who possessed the gift of sorcery. Picture, if you will, the vast expanses of purple heather stretching toward distant horizons, their tiny bell-shaped flowers creating a carpet of color that shifts and changes with the movement of clouds overhead. The air here carries a particular quality, crisp and clean, tinged with the sweet fragrance of blooming gorse and the earthier sense of peat and moss. It is in these seemingly empty spaces, far from the bustle of magical cities and the grand halls of wizarding mansions, that some of the most profound magical traditions took root and flourished. The Heath communities emerged during the earliest days of wizarding settlement in Britain, when magical families sought refuge from the growing tensions between the magical and non-magical worlds. Unlike their counterparts who built great towers and established formal schools, these hedge witches and moor wizards chose a different path entirely. They understood that true magical power often lay not in grand gestures or elaborate spells, but in the quiet communion between practitioner and the natural world that surrounded them. These early heath dwellers discovered that the seemingly barren landscape held secrets that more populated areas had long forgotten. The acidic soil, which appeared inhospitable to conventional agriculture, proved to be the perfect medium for certain rare magical plants that grew nowhere else. The isolation provided by miles of open moorland created natural barriers against both magical detection and unwanted interference from authorities who might seek to regulate or restrict their practices. As you imagine walking through one of these ancient heath communities, feel the springy texture of the heather beneath your feet. Notice how each step releases a faint aromatic cloud that seems to sharpen your magical senses. The plants here have grown for centuries in soil enriched by magical practice, and they respond to the presence of witches and wizards with an almost sentient awareness. The very landscape has become a partner in the magical work performed here, shaped by generations of careful cultivation and respectful practice. The stone circles that dot these heathlands were not built by the magical communities, but were inherited from even more ancient peoples who recognized the power that flowed through these places. The Heath wizards learned to read these stones like a vast, open book, understanding the patterns of energy that moved through the earth and sky, according to seasons, moon phases, and celestial alignments. They discovered that certain spells cast within these circles possessed a clarity and strength that could not be achieved elsewhere. Water played a crucial role in the development of Heath magic traditions. The bogs and tarns scattered across the moorland provided not just practical resources, but served as focal points for scrying and divination practices. The dark, still waters reflected more than just sky and clouds. They became windows into other times and places, tools for communication across vast distances, and repositories for storing magical knowledge in ways that could be accessed by future generations. The wildlife of the heaths also became integral to the magical practices that developed here. The hardy sheep that grazed among the heather provided wool that held enchantments with remarkable persistence. The wild ponies that roamed the moors were found to possess an uncanny ability to sense magical disturbances, often serving as early warning systems for approaching storms or unwelcome visitors. Even the smallest creatures, from the beetles that burrowed in the peat to the skylarks that sang from seemingly empty air, became part of a vast network of magical observation and communication. Seasonal changes held profound significance for Heath magical communities in ways that wizards in more sheltered environments could scarcely imagine. The long winters, when the heather lay dormant beneath layers of frost and the moors stretched like sleeping giants under gray skies, became times of intense magical study and preparation. Community members would gather in earth-sheltered dwellings, sharing knowledge passed down through generations and planning the magical work that would begin with spring's return. Spring itself arrived on the heaths, not with the sudden burst of growth seen in more temperate climates, but with a gradual awakening that could be felt as much as seen. The first green shoots, pushing through last year's dead heather, carried with them a magical energy that experienced practitioners learned to harness for renewal spells, healing magic, and the blessing of new beginnings. This seasonal magic was not borrowed from books or learned in formal classrooms, but discovered through years of patient observation and careful experimentation. Summer brought the spectacular flowering of the heather, transforming the landscape into something that seemed too beautiful to be entirely natural. During these weeks of peak bloom, the magical communities performed their most important rituals, drawing on the concentrated life force of millions of tiny flowers to power spells that would sustain them through the remainder of the year. The honey produced by bees that fed exclusively on heather blossoms became a magical ingredient of legendary potency, sought after by potion makers throughout the wizarding world. Autumn's arrival marked a time of harvest and preparation, but also of the deep magic that came with the land's gradual return to dormancy. The changing colors of the vegetation, the migration patterns of birds, and the increasing frequency of mists and fogs all provided opportunities for different types of magical work. This was when weather magic reached its peak effectiveness, as the unstable atmospheric conditions of the changing season amplified the power of spells designed to influence wind, rain, and temperature. The language that developed among Heath magical communities reflected their deep connection to the natural world around them. Words for different types of magical energy corresponded to natural phenomena. The power that flowed through granite stones was described differently from that which moved through quartz or slate. Spells were often named for the creatures, plants, or weather conditions that influenced their effectiveness, creating a magical vocabulary that sounded like poetry even to those who did not fully understand its meaning. Training in Heath magic traditions began in early childhood, not with formal lessons but through constant exposure to the rhythms and patterns of moorland life. Children learned to recognize the subtle signs that indicated changes in magical energy levels, to identify the plants and creatures that could serve as magical allies, and to understand the complex relationships between seasonal cycles, lunar phases, and the effectiveness of different types of spells. The isolation that characterized Heath magical communities also fostered a remarkable degree of innovation and self-reliance. Cut off from the magical supply networks that served more populated areas, Heath practitioners became experts at creating their own magical tools and ingredients. They developed techniques for growing magical plants in challenging environments, for crafting wands from local wood sources, and for brewing potions using only materials that could be gathered from the surrounding landscape. Trade between Heath communities and the broader wizarding world did exist, but it followed patterns very different from conventional magical commerce. Rather than dealing in galleons and sickles, Heath wizards often bartered their specialized knowledge and unique magical products for items they could not produce themselves. A master of weather magic might trade a season's worth of favorable growing conditions for a set of crystal spheres, while an expert in heather magic might exchange protective ward stones for rare books or advanced magical instruments. The philosophy that guided Heath magical communities emphasized harmony with natural forces rather than dominion over them. This was not the magic of grand transformations or flashy displays, but the subtler art of working within existing patterns to achieve desired outcomes. A Heath weather worker would not attempt to stop a storm, but might guide its path to bring needed rain to drought-stricken areas while sparing vulnerable settlements from its full force. This approach to magic required a deep understanding of interconnectedness, the recognition that every magical action created ripples that extended far beyond its immediate target. Heath practitioners learned to think in terms of seasons and cycles rather than immediate results, planning magical workings that might unfold over months or even years. This long-term perspective became one of the defining characteristics of Heath magic and influenced every aspect of community life. The spiritual beliefs of Heath magical communities were as closely tied to the landscape as their practical magic. Sacred sites were not grand temples but particular stones, groves, or pools that had accumulated spiritual significance over generations of use. Rituals often involved walking specific paths across the moorland, creating temporary sacred spaces that existed only for the duration of the ceremony, then dissolved back into the ordinary landscape without leaving permanent traces. As centuries passed, and the wizarding world became more organized and regulated, the Heath magical communities faced increasing pressure to conform to standardized practices. Some chose to engage more fully with mainstream magical society, sharing their knowledge and adapting their traditions to fit within acceptable frameworks. Others retreated further into isolation, maintaining their ancient ways in hidden valleys and remote corners of the moors where modern magical authorities rarely ventured. The legacy of these early Heath magical communities can still be felt today in the spells and traditions that have filtered into broader wizarding practice. Weather magic, herbology, and divination all bear traces of techniques first developed on the windswept moors. The understanding that magical power flows through the natural world in patterns that can be observed, understood, and carefully influenced remains a fundamental principle that guides many branches of magical study. Even as the wizarding world has grown more connected and standardized, there remains something irreplaceable about the magic that emerges from deep communion with wild places. The Heath communities understood this truth intuitively, building their entire way of life around the recognition that the most profound magic often comes not from what we impose upon the world, but from how skillfully we learn to dance with the forces that already surround us. In the gentle rustle of heather in the evening breeze, in the mysterious mists that rise from morning bogs, in the ancient stones that stand silent watch over rolling moors, the spirit of Heath magic continues to whisper its secrets to those who know how to listen. As you close your eyes and let your mind wander across these timeless landscapes, consider this: what wisdom might the wild places of our world still hold, waiting patiently for those brave enough to step away from well-traveled paths, then discover the magic that blooms in the spaces between. Chapter 2. The Magical Properties of Heather. In the quiet hours when dewdrops cling to tiny purple bells and the first light of dawn transforms Moorland into a sea of amethyst dreams, the true magic of heather reveals itself to those who understand its ancient secrets. This humble plant, often overlooked by wizards who seek their power in exotic ingredients from distant lands, holds within its delicate structure some of the most potent and reliable magical properties known to the wizarding world. Imagine yourself kneeling among a vast carpet of blooming heather, your fingers gently brushing against the countless miniature flowers that cluster along each woody stem. Feel the slight stickiness of the tiny leaves. Notice how they seem to hold morning moisture longer than other plants, creating an almost imperceptible shimmer in the early light. This is not merely aesthetic beauty you're witnessing, but the visible manifestation of magical energy concentrated within the plant's cellular structure through centuries of growth in magically saturated soil. The most fundamental property of heather lies in its remarkable ability to absorb, store, and gradually release magical energy over extended periods. Unlike many magical plants that concentrate their power in specific seasons or lunar cycles, heather maintains a steady magical signature throughout the year, making it invaluable for spells requiring long-term stability. When properly harvested and prepared, dried heather can retain its magical potency for decades, slowly releasing its stored energy in a controlled manner that makes it ideal for protective charms and ward work. The timing of heather harvest significantly influences the specific magical properties that can be extracted from the plant. Heather gathered during the full bloom of late summer carries the strongest protective qualities, its flowers having reached peak concentration of the defensive compounds that help the plant survive in harsh moorland conditions. These same compounds, when properly processed by skilled magical herbologists, form the foundation for some of the most effective protection spells known to wizarding kind. Morning-gathered heather, collected while still heavy with dew, possesses particularly strong associations with clarity, magic, and mental protection. The water that clings to heather flowers is not ordinary moisture, but a natural distillation enriched by the plant's magical emanations. When this dew is carefully collected using crystal vials and silver spoons, it creates a potion base that enhances divination abilities and provides protection against mental intrusion or confusion charms. The color variations found in heather blooms each carry distinct magical signatures that experienced practitioners learn to recognize and utilize. The common purple heather, most familiar to casual observers, holds the strongest protective properties and forms the basis for most traditional ward spells. White heather, rare and highly prized, carries powerful purification magic and is essential for cleansing rituals that remove negative magical influences from people, objects, or spaces. Pink heather, found in certain geographical locations where soil conditions create specific mineral balances, possesses unique harmony-promoting properties that make it invaluable for reconciliation magic and conflict resolution spells. The deeper the pink coloration, the stronger these harmonizing effects become, with the darkest specimens capable of facilitating communication between parties who have been estranged for years or even decades. The root system of heather plants holds magical properties entirely different from those found in flowers and foliage. These tough, fibrous roots, adapted to survive in acidic soil and harsh weather conditions, contain concentrated essences of endurance and persistence magic. Ground heather root, when added to strengthening potions or endurance charms, provides sustained energy that builds gradually over time, rather than delivering the sudden burst associated with more volatile magical ingredients. Heather honey represents one of the most prized magical substances produced in Heath communities, created by bees that feed exclusively on heather nectar during the flowering season. This dark, aromatic honey possesses natural preservation properties that extend far beyond its non-magical counterparts. Food preserved with heather honey can remain fresh and nutritious for months without magical refrigeration, while potions prepared with heather honey as a base maintain their potency significantly longer than those made with conventional sweeteners. The magical properties of heather honey extend into healing magic as well, particularly for ailments related to respiratory function and voice. Singers and orators in the wizarding world have long treasured heather honey for its ability to strengthen and protect the vocal cords, while healers use it to treat persistent coughs, breathing difficulties, and magical ailments that affect the lungs or throat. The honey's natural antimicrobial properties are enhanced by magical energies, making it effective against both mundane infections and magically induced illnesses. Heather wood, though not commonly used for wand making due to its relatively soft and flexible nature, possesses unique properties that make it valuable for other magical implements. Heather wands, when they are crafted, tend to choose witches and wizards who specialize in protective magic, healing, or work that requires patience and long-term commitment. These wands excel at channeling gentle, sustained magical energy rather than dramatic bursts of power, making them ideal for practitioners who prefer subtlety over spectacle. More commonly, heather wood finds use in the crafting of magical protective items such as amulets, charm bracelets, and household protective objects. Heather wood carved during specific lunar phases and treated with traditional Heath community techniques can create protective talismans that provide continuous low-level shielding against negative magical influences. These items are particularly popular among magical families with young children, as they provide gentle protection without interfering with the child's natural magical development. The smoke produced by burning dried heather serves as both a magical ingredient and a tool for various magical practices. Heather smoke carries purification properties that can cleanse magical spaces of residual negative energy, making it an essential component of rituals performed to prepare areas for important magical work. The smoke also enhances divination practices, particularly those involving scrying or communication with distant individuals, by creating an atmospheric condition that facilitates magical sight and perception. Different methods of burning heather produce smoke with varying magical properties. Heather burned in conjunction with specific woods creates synergistic effects that amplify particular types of magic. When combined with rowan, heather smoke provides enhanced protection against dark magic. Mixed with apple wood, it promotes healing and restoration. Combined with oak, it creates ideal conditions for binding oaths and magical contracts that require absolute reliability. The preparation of heather for magical use requires specific knowledge and techniques that have been refined over generations of Heath community practice. Fresh heather must be harvested at precise times to maximize its magical potential, typically during the early morning hours, when dew still clings to the flowers, but before the sun has reached its full strength. The cutting must be done with tools that have been properly consecrated and prepared according to traditional methods. Drying heather for magical storage involves more than simply allowing it to lose moisture. The plant material must be arranged in specific patterns that promote even distribution of magical energy as the water evaporates. Traditional drying methods involve bundling heather in groups of specific numbers, often 7 or 13, and hanging these bundles in locations where they will receive indirect sunlight and good air circulation, while being protected from rain and excessive humidity. The magical potency of properly prepared heather can be further enhanced through aging processes that allow the plant material to develop deeper, more complex magical signatures over time. Heather stored in magically prepared containers, often made from local stone or specially treated wood, develops enhanced properties as months and years pass. Some of the most powerful heather-based magical preparations involve plant material that has been aged for decades, passed down through generations of Heath practitioners who understand the value of patience in magical work. Heather's role in protective magic extends beyond simple barrier spells to encompass a sophisticated understanding of magical defense that emphasizes deflection and redirection, rather than direct confrontation. Traditional heather protection spells work by creating magical conditions that make the protected person, object, or space less attractive to malevolent magical influences. Rather than blocking attacks with brute force, these spells encourage harmful magic to seek easier targets elsewhere. This approach to protection magic reflects the broader philosophy of Heath magical communities, which emphasized working with natural forces rather than against them. Heather protection spells rarely create dramatic visible effects, instead operating through subtle influences that accumulate over time to create powerful defensive barriers. A home protected by properly applied heather magic might seem unremarkable to casual observation, but practitioners of harmful magic would find their attention constantly drawn away from it, their spells somehow failing to gain proper focus. The medicinal properties of heather in magical healing practices go far beyond its applications for respiratory ailments. Heather tea, prepared according to traditional Heath community methods, provides gentle but effective treatment for anxiety, restlessness, and sleep disorders that have magical rather than purely physical origins. The plant's natural calming properties help stabilize magical energy that has become erratic due to stress, overexertion, or exposure to conflicting magical influences. Heather baths, created by steeping large quantities of fresh or dried heather in hot water, provide therapeutic benefits for magical practitioners who have exhausted their personal energy reserves through intensive spell work. The warm water infused with heather essences helps restore depleted magical reserves, while simultaneously cleansing away residual magical influences that might interfere with natural energy recovery. These baths are particularly beneficial for healers, aurors, and others whose work requires regular exposure to potentially harmful magical energies. The symbolic associations of heather in wizarding culture run deep, connecting the plant to concepts of solitude, independence, and quiet strength. Heather given as a gift between magical practitioners carries meanings related to respect for personal boundaries, understanding of the need for solitude in magical development, and appreciation for qualities that might not be immediately obvious to casual observation. White heather, in particular, is considered extremely lucky to find and even more fortunate to receive as a gift. In magical education, heather serves as an excellent introduction to herbology for young witches and wizards, because its magical properties are strong enough to be easily detected and measured, yet gentle enough that mistakes in handling or preparation rarely result in dangerous consequences. Students learning to sense magical energy in plants often begin their studies with heather, gradually developing the sensitivity needed to work with more volatile or subtle magical flora. The cultivation of heather in magical gardens requires understanding of the specific soil conditions and environmental factors that promote optimal magical development in the plants. Heather thrives in acidic soil with good drainage, conditions that can be enhanced through magical means to concentrate the plant's natural magical properties. Experienced magical gardeners often create specialized heather beds where different varieties can be grown side by side, creating complex magical interactions that enhance the properties of all the plants involved. Seasonal variations in heather's magical properties reflect the plant's adaptation to the challenging climate conditions of moorland environments. Spring heather, with its fresh green growth and emerging flower buds, carries magical signatures associated with new beginnings, renewal, and the gentle breaking down of obstacles that prevent growth and development. Summer heather at full bloom concentrates protective and purifying energies that reach their peak during the longest days of the year. Autumn heather, as flowers begin to fade and the plant prepares for winter dormancy, develops properties related to preservation, memory, and the patient accumulation of wisdom gained through experience. Winter heather, dormant but not dead beneath frost and snow, holds the deep, quiet magic of endurance and the promise of eventual renewal when conditions become favorable once again. The relationship between heather and weather magic represents one of the most sophisticated applications of the plant's magical properties. Heather's ability to predict and respond to changing weather conditions has been observed and utilized by Heath communities for generations. The plant's behavior often provides advance warning of approaching storms, changes in seasonal patterns, and other meteorological events that significantly impact magical practice. Weather workers in Heath communities learned to read the subtle signs that heather displays in response to atmospheric changes invisible to conventional observation. The angle at which heather branches lean, the intensity of fragrance released by flowers, and the behavior of creatures that depend on heather for food and shelter, all provide information that skilled practitioners can interpret to predict weather patterns, days or even weeks in advance. As moonlight filters through your window, and the imagined fragrance of heather blossoms fills your senses, take a moment to appreciate the profound wisdom contained within this seemingly simple plant. In its ability to thrive in harsh conditions while maintaining gentle beauty, in its capacity to protect without aggression and heal without dramatic intervention, heather embodies principles of magic that speak to the deepest traditions of the wizarding world. As you prepare for rest, consider this question: what quiet strengths within yourself might bloom if given the proper conditions, patience, and understanding that heather teaches us to cultivate? Chapter 3. The Hidden Communities of Scottish Highlands. Among the mist-shrouded peaks and ancient glens of the Scottish Highlands, where legends speak in whispered Gaelic and the very stones remember battles fought with both sword and spell, there exist magical communities that have remained hidden from the world for over 1,000 years. Tonight, as the Highland winds carry the scent of wild thyme and the distant sound of pipes echoing across lonely moors, we shall explore these secret enclaves, where old magic flows as freely as the mountain streams that tumble down granite cliffs. Picture yourself standing at the edge of a highland glen as dawn breaks over the mountains, painting the sky in shades of gold and rose that seem too beautiful for the mortal world. The air here carries a crystalline clarity that seems to sharpen not just your vision, but your magical senses as well. This is the realm where the most secretive of Scotland's magical folk have made their homes, choosing isolation and the protection of ancient spells over the convenience and safety of more populated magical settlements. The Highland magical communities trace their origins to the great magical migrations that occurred during the early medieval period, when increasing tensions between magical and non-magical populations forced many wizarding families to seek refuge in the most remote and defensible locations they could find. The Scottish Highlands, with their natural barriers of mountain, moor, and loch, provided ideal sanctuary for those who wished to practice their arts without interference or persecution. These early Highland settlers discovered that the landscape itself possessed qualities that enhanced their magical abilities in ways they had never experienced in the lowlands. The thin air at high altitudes seemed to carry magical energy more efficiently, allowing spells to travel farther with greater clarity than at lower elevations. The pure water that flowed from mountain springs held magical properties that enhanced potion-making and cleansing rituals. Most importantly, the isolation provided by treacherous mountain passes and unpredictable weather patterns created natural defenses that no amount of magical protection could duplicate. The relationship between Highland magical communities and the non-magical clan system that dominated Scottish society created a unique dynamic that shaped the development of magical culture in these regions. Rather than existing in complete separation from their non-magical neighbors, Highland wizards often formed carefully maintained alliances with specific clans, providing magical assistance in exchange for protection and supplies that could not be produced in purely magical settlements. These partnerships required extraordinary discretion and the development of elaborate protocols for magical assistance that could not be detected by outside observers or rival clans. Highland weather workers might subtly influence mist patterns to conceal clan movements during raids or warfare, while healers would treat injured warriors using techniques that appeared to rely on herbal remedies rather than magical intervention. In return, clan leaders would ensure that supply routes remained open to hidden magical settlements and would provide warnings of approaching threats from both magical and non-magical sources. The magical architecture of Highland communities reflects both the harsh environmental conditions and the need for absolute concealment. Rather than constructing the towers and grand halls favored by magical communities in more temperate climates, Highland wizards developed building techniques that integrated their structures so completely with the natural landscape that they became virtually invisible to outside observation. Traditional Highland magical dwellings might be carved directly into cliff faces, accessed through narrow passages that appeared to be natural cracks in the rock. Others were built into the sides of hills and covered with earth and vegetation that made them indistinguishable from natural features of the landscape. The most sophisticated concealment techniques involved the use of glamour magic woven into the very foundations of buildings, creating illusions so permanent and complete that they became part of the physical reality of the structures themselves. The internal design of these hidden dwellings emphasized functionality and warmth above ostentatious display. Rooms were carved with smooth, curved walls that channeled magical energy efficiently while providing maximum insulation against the bitter Highland winters. Heating systems relied on a combination of magical and mundane techniques, using enchanted stones that stored solar energy during brief summer months and released it gradually throughout the year, supplemented by carefully managed fires that burned with minimal smoke to avoid detection. The clan-based social structure of Highland magical communities evolved to meet the unique challenges of life in such a demanding environment. Unlike the individual family units that characterized magical settlements in more hospitable regions, Highland communities organized themselves around extended kinship groups that shared resources, knowledge, and responsibilities, according to ancient patterns of mutual obligation and support. Leadership within these communities typically rested with councils of elders who combined magical expertise with deep knowledge of Highland survival techniques. These leaders were responsible not only for making decisions about magical practice and community welfare, but also for maintaining the complex relationships with non-magical clans and for preserving the intricate concealment spells that protected their settlements from discovery. The magical specializations that developed within Highland communities reflected both the opportunities and challenges presented by their unique environment. Weather magic reached levels of sophistication unknown in other regions, as Highland practitioners learned to work with the violent and unpredictable atmospheric conditions that characterized their mountainous homeland. These weather workers could read the subtle signs that preceded sudden storms, guide mist to provide concealment when needed, and even influence the formation of snow and ice to create temporary barriers or pathways. Highland divination practices developed distinctive characteristics based on the natural features of the landscape. Scrying using the dark waters of Highland lochs provided unusually clear visions, particularly during the long twilight hours of northern summers, when the boundary between day and night seemed to dissolve entirely. The practice of reading omens in the flight patterns of eagles and other Highland birds became so refined that experienced practitioners could predict events months in advance with remarkable accuracy. The herbology of Highland magical communities necessarily focused on the hardy plants that could survive in the harsh mountain climate. Highland magical gardens were marvels of ingenuity, often carved into south-facing cliff terraces where they could capture maximum sunlight while remaining hidden from casual observation. These elevated gardens required sophisticated magical climate control to extend growing seasons and protect delicate plants from sudden temperature changes that could destroy an entire year's worth of carefully cultivated magical ingredients. The preservation and storage of magical plants presented unique challenges in the Highland environment, where traditional drying and storage methods often failed due to extreme humidity variations and temperature fluctuations. Highland herbologists developed innovative techniques using magical preservation spells combined with storage in specially prepared caves, where natural ice formations provided year-round cooling. These ice caves became repositories for magical ingredients that retained their potency for decades longer than materials stored using conventional methods. Musical traditions in Highland magical communities blended ancient Celtic magical practices with the natural acoustics of mountain environments to create some of the most powerful sonic magic known to the wizarding world. The Highland pipes, when played by skilled magical practitioners, could produce effects that went far beyond simple entertainment or communication. Properly performed piping could influence weather patterns, summon or dispel magical creatures, and even facilitate communication across vast distances by encoding magical messages in musical patterns. The great gatherings that brought together multiple Highland magical communities occurred according to ancient calendars that coordinated celestial events with seasonal changes and clan obligations. These gatherings, held in hidden glens known only to community members, provided opportunities for young people from different settlements to meet potential marriage partners, for craftspeople to trade specialized goods, and for elders to share knowledge and coordinate responses to external threats. The ritual competitions held during these gatherings tested skills essential for Highland magical survival, while preserving ancient traditions that might otherwise be lost. Contests of weather magic challenged participants to demonstrate their mastery of mist calling, wind summoning, and storm turning techniques. Herbology competitions involved the identification and proper magical preparation of rare Highland plants under challenging conditions. Concealment magic contests tested the ability to hide both oneself and magical effects from increasingly sophisticated detection methods. The warrior traditions of Highland magical communities produced some of the most formidable magical fighters in wizarding history. Individuals who combined the martial skills valued by non-magical Highland clans with magical abilities honed by constant practice in life-threatening environments. These magical warriors developed fighting techniques that utilized the terrain advantages of mountainous country, employing elevation changes, weather conditions, and natural obstacles as integral components of their combat magic. Highland magical warfare emphasized mobility, stealth, and the ability to appear and disappear like spirits of the mountains themselves. Warriors learned to use apparition techniques adapted for high-altitude conditions where standard magical transportation could fail due to thin air and unpredictable magical currents. They developed specialized camouflage magic that worked with the constantly changing light conditions of highland environments, allowing them to blend seamlessly with rocky outcroppings, heather-covered slopes, and misty glens. The educational systems of highland magical communities emphasized practical survival skills alongside traditional magical subjects, recognizing that theoretical knowledge alone was insufficient for thriving in such a challenging environment. Children learned weather magic by observing and eventually participating in the daily work of community weather workers. They studied herbology by helping to maintain the hidden gardens and learning to identify useful plants during foraging expeditions across the moors. Highland magical education also placed unusual emphasis on the development of physical endurance and navigation skills that would be considered unnecessary in more settled magical communities. Young witches and wizards learned to traverse treacherous mountain terrain in all weather conditions, to find their way using both magical and natural landmarks, and to survive for extended periods with minimal equipment in environments that could kill the unprepared within hours. The preservation of magical knowledge in highland communities relied heavily on oral traditions that could survive the loss of books and written materials to the harsh highland climate. Master practitioners developed elaborate memory techniques that allowed them to store vast amounts of information about spells, potions, magical theory, and community history in forms that could be passed accurately from generation to generation without written records. These oral traditions were often encoded in songs, stories, and ritual recitations that served multiple purposes simultaneously. A traditional Highland ballad might contain detailed instructions for preparing specific potions, historical information about community origins, and magical formulas for protection spells, all woven together in narratives that were entertaining enough to ensure their preservation and repetition. The relationship between Highland magical communities and the magical creatures that inhabited the Scottish mountains created a complex ecosystem of mutual cooperation and occasional conflict. Highland practitioners learned to work with golden eagles that served as messengers and scouts, providing early warning of approaching threats in exchange for protection of nesting sites and assistance during harsh winters. The legendary creatures of Highland folklore, from water horses to mountain spirits, maintained cautious relationships with the magical communities that shared their territory. These relationships required constant negotiation and the maintenance of ancient protocols that regulated interaction between human magical practitioners and the older magical entities that had inhabited the Highlands since time immemorial. Seasonal challenges in the Highlands demanded magical solutions that pushed the boundaries of what was considered possible in more temperate climates. The long winters, when communities might be cut off from the outside world for months at a time, required self-sufficiency in all aspects of magical practice. Highland communities developed techniques for magical food preservation, indoor cultivation of essential magical plants, and the recycling of magical energy that allowed them to maintain their practices, even when completely isolated. The brief Highland summers brought their own challenges, as communities raced to accomplish a year's worth of external activities during the few months when travel and communication with the outside world were feasible. This seasonal compression required extraordinary organizational skills and the ability to coordinate complex magical projects under intense time pressure. The legacy of Highland magical communities can be seen throughout the broader wizarding world in the form of magical techniques, traditions, and artifacts that originated in the remote glens and mountain fastnesses of Scotland. Highland weather magic influenced the development of magical meteorology as a formal discipline. Highland concealment techniques became the foundation for many of the protective spells used by magical communities worldwide. Highland oral traditions provided the model for magical knowledge preservation systems that proved invaluable during periods of persecution and upheaval. Modern Highland magical communities continue to maintain their ancient traditions while adapting to the changing realities of the contemporary wizarding world. The isolation that once protected them now serves different purposes, providing retreat centers for magical practitioners seeking to deepen their connection with natural magic and training facilities for specialized magical skills that require the unique environmental conditions found only in Highland settings. The clan loyalty that characterized traditional Highland society has evolved into a sophisticated network of mutual support that extends throughout the global wizarding community. Highland-trained magical practitioners carry with them not just specialized skills, but also the values of community solidarity, environmental harmony, and the deep respect for tradition that defined their ancient homeland. As the Highland mists seem to swirl around your thoughts, and the distant sound of pipes carries across imagined glens, reflect on the profound courage and wisdom of those who chose the difficult path of isolation to preserve what they held most dear. In their willingness to sacrifice comfort for freedom, to choose hardship over compromise, they created something precious that continues to enrich the wizarding world centuries later. What aspects of your own heritage and traditions might be worth preserving, even at great personal cost, for the benefit of future generations who will inherit the world you helped to shape? Chapter 4. Moorland Magical Creatures. In the twilight hours when shadows lengthen across endless expanses of heather and the last light of day catches in pools of standing water, the moorlands reveal their most carefully guarded secrets. Here, in this realm between earth and sky, between the familiar and the unknown, dwell magical creatures so perfectly adapted to their harsh environment that many wizards have lived entire lifetimes without ever glimpsing them. Tonight, as evening mist begins to rise from hidden bogs and the first stars appear in the darkening sky, we shall venture into their mysterious world. Imagine yourself walking along a narrow path that winds between tussocks of grass and patches of springy heather, your footsteps muffled by the thick carpet of moss and accumulated plant matter beneath your feet. The air around you seems alive with possibilities, filled with the soft sounds of creatures moving through the vegetation and the occasional splash of something disturbing the dark surface of a distant tarn. This is the domain of beings who have learned to thrive in one of Britain's most challenging magical ecosystems. The bog sprites represent perhaps the most numerous and least understood of the moorland magical creatures, tiny beings no larger than a wizard's thumb, who have evolved to live in perfect harmony with the acidic waters and sphagnum moss beds that characterize the wettest areas of the moors. These delicate creatures appear as shimmering points of blue-green light when glimpsed from a distance, but closer observation reveals their intricate fairy-like forms, complete with gossamer wings that seem to be woven from morning mist itself. Bog sprites possess the remarkable ability to purify water through their mere presence, transforming the stagnant pools where they make their homes into reservoirs of magical energy that benefit the entire moorland ecosystem. The water touched by bog sprite magic becomes particularly valuable for brewing certain types of healing potions and for use in divination practices that require the clearest possible magical focus. However, these creatures are extremely shy and will disappear instantly if they sense the approach of larger magical beings. The relationship between bog sprites and the human magical communities of the moorlands developed over centuries of patient observation and careful respect for the creature's territorial boundaries. Heath witches learned to recognize the signs that indicated bog sprite habitations, the unusual clarity of certain pools, the presence of specific moss formations, and the subtle luminescence that could be observed on moonless nights. Rather than attempting to capture or control these beings, wise practitioners established protocols for peaceful coexistence that benefited both species. Bog sprites communicate through a complex system of light patterns that can convey detailed information about water quality, weather changes, and potential threats to the moorland environment. Experienced Heath practitioners learn to interpret these light signals, gaining advance warning of approaching storms, underground water shifts, and the presence of hostile magical creatures or threatening human activities in the surrounding area. The seasonal behavior of bog sprites reflects their deep connection to the hydrological cycles that govern moorland ecosystems. During the wet months of autumn and winter, when rain and snow melt keep the bogs at their fullest, bog sprite populations reach their peak activity levels. Their dancing lights can be seen throughout the long nights, creating displays of natural beauty that rival any magical entertainment. Spring brings a period of intense bog sprite reproduction, as the creatures work together to establish new colonies in areas where changing water levels have created suitable habitat. Summer presents the greatest challenges for bog sprite communities, as drought conditions can cause their essential water sources to shrink or disappear entirely. During these difficult periods, bog sprites demonstrate remarkable cooperative behaviors, working together to maintain viable water sources through their purification magic and establishing temporary communities in areas where underground springs provide reliable moisture. Heath practitioners often assist during these critical times by using their own magic to supplement natural water sources, an act of conservation that benefits the entire moorland ecosystem. The will-o'-the-wisps that occasionally manifest in moorland environments represent a more mysterious category of magical creature, appearing as floating lights that seem to dance just beyond the reach of observers. Unlike bog sprites, which are clearly living creatures with recognizable biological functions, will-o'-the-wisps appear to be composed entirely of magical energy, organized into semi-conscious patterns that can persist for years or even decades. These enigmatic beings seem to be drawn to areas where significant magical events have occurred, often appearing near sites of ancient rituals, magical battles, or locations where powerful spells have been cast repeatedly over long periods. Some magical naturalists theorize that will-o'-the-wisps represent a form of magical memory, patterns of energy that have become self-sustaining through repeated activation, and now continue to exist independently of their original sources. The behavior of will-o'-the-wisps varies dramatically depending on the specific circumstances of their creation and the type of magical energy that sustains them. Some appear to be merely residual magical phenomena, repeating the same patterns of movement night after night without any apparent awareness of their surroundings. Others display what can only be described as purposeful behavior, seeming to respond to the presence of observers and occasionally leading travelers toward or away from specific locations. Heath magical communities developed complex folklore around will-o'-the-wisps, with different traditions offering various explanations for their origins and purposes. Some stories portrayed them as the spirits of deceased magical practitioners who had become so attached to particular locations that they could not fully depart after death. Others suggested that they were guardians created by ancient magic to protect sacred sites or warn of hidden dangers in the treacherous moorland terrain. The marsh harriers that soar over moorland areas possess magical abilities that distinguish them from their non-magical cousins, demonstrating enhanced intelligence and the capacity to perceive magical energies invisible to ordinary birds. These magnificent raptors serve as both predators and protectors within the moorland ecosystem, hunting the various magical and non-magical creatures that inhabit the area, while also providing valuable services to the magical communities that share their territory. Magical marsh harriers display an uncanny ability to detect hostile magical presences from great distances, often circling and calling in distinctive patterns when dangerous creatures or malevolent magical practitioners enter their territory. Heath community members learn to interpret these warning calls, treating them as an early warning system that provided crucial time to prepare defenses or evacuate vulnerable locations when threats approached. The hunting behavior of magical marsh harriers extends beyond the pursuit of ordinary prey to include certain types of malevolent magical creatures that pose threats to the delicate balance of moorland ecosystems. These birds seem particularly effective at detecting and eliminating magical parasites, corrupted spirits, and other entities that feed on the life force of bog sprites, water creatures, and beneficial moorland flora. The nesting habits of magical marsh harriers reflect their role as ecosystem guardians, with pairs typically establishing their territories in locations that provide optimal surveillance of large areas of moorland. Their nests, built in the tallest available vegetation or on isolated outcroppings, serve as command centers from which they can monitor their domains and coordinate responses to various threats and opportunities. The water horses that inhabit the larger tarns and lochs scattered throughout moorland areas represent one of the most dangerous categories of moorland magical creatures, shape-shifting beings capable of assuming the appearance of ordinary horses to lure unsuspecting travelers into deadly traps. These creatures possess intelligence that rivals that of many magical humanoids, combined with predatory instincts and magical abilities that make them formidable opponents even for experienced magical practitioners. Water horses display remarkable patience in their hunting strategies, sometimes maintaining the same apparent grazing patterns for weeks or months, while waiting for suitable prey to approach within striking distance. Their ability to perfectly mimic the appearance and behavior of domestic horses extends to reproducing the sounds, scents, and even magical signatures that travelers would expect from ordinary animals, making detection extremely difficult even for those aware of the potential threat. The magical abilities of water horses include powerful glamour magic that can influence the perceptions and decision-making processes of potential victims, making safe paths appear dangerous while causing hazardous routes to seem attractive and easily navigable. They can also manipulate local weather conditions to create fog, rain, or other atmospheric effects that separate travelers from their companions and make escape more difficult once an attack begins. Heath magical communities developed elaborate protocols for dealing with water horse populations, recognizing that these creatures served important ecological functions despite their danger to travelers. Water horses help control populations of other dangerous magical creatures by preying on those foolish enough to approach their aquatic territories, and their presence often deters more destructive entities from establishing themselves in moorland water sources. The relationship between water horses and human magical practitioners follows patterns of mutual respect and careful avoidance, rather than open hostility. Experienced Heath travelers learn to recognize the signs that indicate water horse presence: unusually perfect-looking horses in isolated locations, water sources that seem too inviting given the surrounding terrain, and the absence of normal aquatic life in otherwise suitable habitats. The Highland ponies that roam freely across many moorland areas display subtle magical abilities that distinguish them from purely mundane horses, possessing enhanced intuition, resistance to magical influences, and the capacity to navigate safely through terrain that would challenge even experienced magical travelers. These hardy creatures have adapted to moorland conditions over countless generations, developing both physical and magical traits that allow them to thrive in one of Britain's most demanding environments. The magical senses possessed by Highland ponies make them invaluable as companions for Heath magical practitioners, as they can detect dangerous magical phenomena well before human senses would register any threat. Their ability to sense unstable ground, hidden water hazards, and the presence of hostile magical creatures has saved countless lives over the centuries, earning them a place of honor in Heath community traditions. Highland ponies also demonstrate remarkable resistance to hostile magic, seeming to possess natural defenses against confusion charms, fear-inducing spells, and other magical attacks commonly employed by malevolent entities. This resistance appears to be an evolutionary adaptation to life in an environment where exposure to various forms of wild magic is a constant reality. The social structures of Highland pony herds reflect their magical nature, with leadership patterns that seem to be based on magical sensitivity rather than purely physical dominance. The lead mares who guide these herds often display the strongest magical abilities, capable of detecting weather changes days in advance and finding safe passage through terrain that appears impassable to other creatures. The skylarks that fill moorland air with their distinctive songs possess magical abilities related to weather prediction and atmospheric magic that make them valuable allies for moorland weather workers. These small birds demonstrate an uncanny ability to sense approaching changes in barometric pressure, humidity, and wind patterns, incorporating this information into their songs in ways that trained listeners can interpret to make accurate weather predictions. The songs of magical skylarks carry information far beyond simple weather data, encoding details about the health of vegetation, the movements of other creatures, and the presence of magical disturbances that might affect the stability of local ecosystems. Heath practitioners who learn to understand these complex musical communications gain access to a sophisticated monitoring system that provides real-time information about conditions across vast areas of moorland terrain. The flight patterns of skylarks also serve as a form of magical communication, with different aerial displays conveying specific types of information to observant ground dwellers. Spiraling ascents might indicate approaching storms, while rapid dives and recoveries could signal the presence of dangerous magical creatures in specific locations. The bog cotton that grows in the wettest areas of the moorlands supports populations of tiny magical insects whose life cycles are intimately connected to the seasonal rhythms of their host plants. These creatures, barely visible to the naked eye, play crucial roles in maintaining the magical balance of bog ecosystems through their feeding and reproductive behaviors. The larvae of these magical insects feed on the stored magical energy within bog cotton seeds, transforming this energy into forms that can be more easily absorbed by other moorland organisms. Their waste products create some of the most potent natural fertilizers known to magical agriculture, capable of enhancing the growth and magical properties of any plants fortunate enough to receive this enrichment. Adult magical insects coordinate their emergence with the flowering cycles of bog cotton, creating spectacular but brief displays when millions of tiny magical creatures take flight simultaneously. These emergence events, lasting only a few days each year, create temporary surges of magical energy that can be felt across entire moorland regions, and are often utilized by Heath practitioners for particularly demanding magical workings. The seasonal migrations that characterize many moorland magical creatures create dynamic patterns of magical energy that ebb and flow across the landscape, according to ancient rhythms that predate human settlement in these regions. These migration patterns influence everything from the optimal timing for spellcasting to the locations where magical plants grow most successfully, creating a complex web of interdependencies that Heath magical communities learn to understand and work with, rather than attempt to control. Understanding these migration patterns requires years of careful observation and the development of specialized knowledge about creature behavior, environmental conditions, and magical phenomena that most wizards never encounter in more populated areas. Heath practitioners who master this knowledge gain the ability to predict and prepare for seasonal changes in magical energy levels, adjusting their practices to take advantage of peak periods while conserving resources during times of scarcity. The protective relationships that develop between moorland magical creatures and the human communities that share their habitat demonstrate the possibility of achieving true ecological balance between magical and non-magical organisms. These relationships require constant attention, mutual respect, and the willingness to accept limitations on human activities in exchange for the benefits that come from living in harmony with creatures whose magical abilities enhance and stabilize the entire moorland ecosystem. As the imagined sounds of distant wildlife fade into the peaceful silence of evening, and you prepare to rest, take a moment to appreciate the intricate web of relationships that sustains these remarkable creatures in one of nature's most challenging environments. Their ability to find beauty, purpose, and even joy in harsh conditions speaks to resilience that transcends the merely physical, touching something deeper about the capacity for life to flourish wherever it takes root. What creatures in your own environment might you observe more carefully, and what might their daily struggles and adaptations teach you about finding your own path through challenging terrain? Chapter 5. The Weather Magic of Heath Dwellers. When the first breath of wind stirs the heather bells and clouds begin their eternal dance across the vast dome of sky above the moorlands, the true masters of atmospheric magic Prepare to work with forces that dwarf the mightiest spells cast within castle walls. Here, where weather is not merely climate, but a living entity with moods, intentions, and ancient wisdom, the Heath dwellers have developed magical practices that transform them from victims of meteorological chaos into partners in the grand atmospheric symphony that plays across these wild landscapes. Step with me onto the windswept ridge of an ancient moor as storm clouds gather on the distant horizon, their dark masses rolling toward us with the slow inevitability of approaching destiny. Feel the electric tension in the air, the way your hair begins to lift, and your skin tingles with the proximity of vast energies seeking release. This is the classroom where Heath weatherworkers learn their craft, not from books or gentle instruction, but through direct communion with forces that could destroy the unprepared in moments. The fundamental principle underlying all Heath weather magic lies in the recognition that atmospheric phenomena, not random events to be controlled through brute force, but manifestations of natural patterns that can be understood, predicted, and gently influenced through patient cooperation. Heath weatherworkers do not attempt to command storms or banish clouds through sheer magical power, but rather learn to read the subtle signs that precede weather changes and apply their influence at precisely the right moments to guide these changes in beneficial directions. This approach requires an understanding of atmospheric magic that goes far beyond the simple weather charms taught in formal magical education. Heath practitioners must learn to perceive the vast three-dimensional patterns of air movement, temperature variation, and moisture distribution that create weather systems across hundreds of square miles. They develop sensitivity to pressure changes so subtle that they can predict the formation of fog banks hours before the first wisps become visible, and learn to feel the approach of rain through changes in magical energy that precede any physical signs of precipitation. The training of a Heath weatherworker begins in earliest childhood with the development of atmospheric sensitivity that allows them to perceive weather-related magical phenomena invisible to ordinary observation. Young apprentices learn to feel barometric pressure changes in their bones, to sense approaching storms through shifts in the local magical field, and to read the messages written in cloud formations, wind patterns, and the behavior of weather-sensitive creatures. This early training involves spending countless hours outdoors in all weather conditions, learning to maintain magical focus while being pelted by rain, buffeted by wind, or blinded by driving snow. The harsh conditions that make moorland weather dangerous for the unprepared become valuable teaching tools that develop both physical endurance and the mental discipline required to work magic under extreme conditions. The tools employed by Heath weatherworkers reflect the austere practicality that characterizes all aspects of moorland magical practice. Rather than relying on elaborate instruments or exotic materials, these practitioners work primarily with objects that can be found in their immediate environment, stones that have absorbed specific types of atmospheric energy, pieces of metal shaped by lightning strikes, and water collected under particular weather conditions. Weather stones represent one of the most important categories of tools used in Heath atmospheric magic. These are rocks that have been exposed to specific weather phenomena for extended periods, absorbing and storing the magical signatures associated with different types of atmospheric conditions. A stone that has sat for decades in a location frequently struck by lightning will hold electrical energy that can be drawn upon for storm work, while rocks that have endured years of persistent fog will contain the subtle energies needed for mist manipulation. The collection and preparation of weatherstones requires patience and careful observation of local weather patterns over many years. Master weatherworkers often maintain collections of hundreds of stones, each one carefully catalogued according to the specific conditions under which it was found, and the types of atmospheric magic for which it proves most effective. These collections represent libraries of stored weather energy that can be accessed when needed for particularly demanding magical work. Lightning glass, formed when lightning strikes sandy soil under precisely the right conditions, provides weatherworkers with tools for the most advanced forms of storm magic. These twisted, hollow tubes of naturally fused silica contain traces of the tremendous energies involved in lightning formation and can be used to channel electrical forces with a precision impossible to achieve through conventional magical means. The formation of lightning glass requires specific combinations of soil composition, moisture content, and electrical discharge that occur only rarely in nature. When these conditions do align, the resulting glass formations become highly prized magical implements that may be passed down through generations of weatherworkers. The most skilled practitioners learn to read the internal structure of lightning glass to determine the exact type of lightning that created it and the specific magical applications for which it will prove most effective. Wind magic represents perhaps the most subtle and challenging aspect of Heath weatherworking, requiring practitioners to work with forces that are simultaneously gentle enough to caress a single flower and powerful enough to uproot ancient trees. Heath windworkers develop an almost mystical understanding of air movement patterns, learning to perceive the complex three-dimensional currents that carry weather systems across vast distances, and to influence these currents through carefully applied magical pressure. The techniques for wind manipulation employed by Heath practitioners bear little resemblance to the dramatic gestures and forceful spells typically associated with weather magic in popular imagination. Instead, these methods rely on subtle interventions applied at precisely the right moments and locations to create cumulative effects that can redirect entire weather systems over time. A skilled windworker might spend hours carefully adjusting the temperature of small air masses to create pressure differentials that will eventually result in wind patterns favorable for dispersing dangerous storms or bringing needed moisture to drought-stricken areas. These interventions require timing so precise and understanding so deep that they appear almost supernatural even to other magical practitioners. Mist and fog manipulation represents one of the most practical applications of Heath weather magic, providing concealment, protection, and communication capabilities that have proven invaluable to moorland communities throughout their history. The ability to summon fog when needed for concealment or to dispel it when clear visibility becomes essential has allowed Heath communities to maintain their isolation while still conducting necessary interactions with the outside world. The magic involved in fog creation requires understanding of the delicate balance between temperature, humidity, and air movement that determines when water vapor will condense into visible droplets. Heath practitioners learn to create the precise conditions needed for fog formation by cooling air masses, increasing local humidity through controlled evaporation, and managing air circulation to prevent the formation of winds that would disperse the mist before it can serve its intended purpose. Different types of fog require different magical approaches and serve various practical purposes within Heath communities. Concealment fog, thick and persistent, can hide entire settlements from aerial observation for days at a time. Communication fog, infused with magical energy that carries messages across vast distances, allows isolated communities to maintain contact during periods when other forms of magical communication prove unreliable. Rain calling represents one of the most vital skills practiced by Heath weather workers, particularly during the periodic droughts that can threaten the delicate ecological balance of moorland environments. The process of encouraging rainfall requires understanding of the massive atmospheric systems that carry moisture across continents, and the ability to create conditions that will encourage this moisture to condense and fall at specific times and locations. Heath raincallers work with weather patterns that may span thousands of square miles, applying gentle influence to massive systems, rather than attempting to create localized precipitation through brute magical force. This approach requires patience and long-term planning, as the interventions made today may not produce visible results for days or even weeks, as modified weather patterns slowly develop and move across the landscape. The most skilled raincallers can distinguish between different types of precipitation and summon the specific type needed for particular purposes. Gentle, steady rain that soaks deeply into moorland soil requires different magical techniques than the brief, intense downpours that rapidly fill water sources, or the misty drizzle that provides ideal conditions for certain types of magical plant cultivation. Storm turning represents the most dramatic and dangerous aspect of Heath weather magic, involving the redirection of severe weather systems to protect communities and ecosystems from potentially devastating damage. This practice requires not only exceptional magical skill, but also the wisdom to know when intervention is appropriate and when natural processes should be allowed to proceed without interference. The magical techniques used for storm turning involve working with the enormous energies contained within severe weather systems, requiring practitioners to channel and redirect forces that dwarf most other forms of magic. The process demands perfect timing, as interventions applied too early or too late can result in consequences far worse than the original threat, potentially creating new storm systems or redirecting dangerous weather toward previously safe areas. Master storm turners develop an intuitive understanding of atmospheric dynamics that allows them to identify the critical leverage points where small magical interventions can produce large-scale changes in storm behavior. Like skilled craftspeople working with delicate materials, they learn to apply exactly the right amount of force at precisely the right moment to achieve their desired results, without causing unintended damage. Seasonal weather magic focuses on working with the great annual cycles that bring dramatic changes to moorland environments, helping communities prepare for and adapt to the challenges associated with each time of year. This practice involves understanding the vast continental and oceanic forces that drive seasonal weather patterns and learning to make subtle adjustments that can moderate extreme conditions without disrupting the natural cycles that sustain moorland ecosystems. Winter weather magic concentrates on protection and conservation, helping communities survive the harsh conditions that characterize moorland winters, while ensuring that adequate snow and ice accumulation occurs to provide spring meltwater for bogs, tarns, and streams. Practitioners learn to create localized warming effects that protect vulnerable individuals and essential resources, while maintaining the cold conditions needed for proper seasonal ecosystem functioning. Spring weather magic involves working with the dramatic atmospheric instability that characterizes the transition from winter to summer conditions, helping to moderate the violent storms that often accompany this seasonal change, while ensuring that adequate moisture reaches awakening plant communities. This period requires exceptional skill, as the rapidly changing conditions can make weather prediction extremely difficult even for experienced practitioners. Summer weather magic focuses on drought prevention and fire protection, maintaining adequate moisture levels during the dry months, while preventing the excessive rainfall that can damage delicate bog ecosystems. Practitioners must balance the competing needs of different plant and animal communities, ensuring that each receives appropriate weather conditions for optimal health and reproduction. Autumn weather magic prepares moorland environments for winter dormancy, while protecting late-season activities such as seed collection, food preservation, and the completion of construction projects that must be finished before severe weather arrives. This season requires careful timing to ensure that killing frosts occur at the right moments to trigger dormancy without damaging plants before they have completed their annual cycles. The communication aspects of Heath weather magic allow isolated communities to maintain contact across vast distances through the manipulation of atmospheric phenomena. Weather workers can encode messages in wind patterns, cloud formations, and precipitation cycles that can be read by trained observers hundreds of miles away, creating a communication network that operates independently of conventional magical infrastructure. These weather-based communication systems require the development of standardized codes that can convey complex information through natural phenomena that might appear random to untrained observers. The position and movement of clouds, the direction and intensity of winds, and the timing and duration of precipitation events all become components of an elaborate language that allows communities to share information about everything from resource availability to external threats. The ethical considerations that govern Heath weather magic reflect the understanding that atmospheric phenomena affect vast areas and countless living beings beyond the immediate concerns of individual practitioners or communities. Weather workers accept responsibility not only for the intended consequences of their actions, but also for any unintended effects that may result from their interventions in natural systems. This ethical framework requires practitioners to consider the long-term ecological and social implications of their weather magic, ensuring that short-term benefits do not create problems for future generations or distant communities. The decision to redirect a storm, for example, must take into account not only the immediate threat to the local area, but also the potential consequences for regions that might be affected by the altered weather pattern. The collaborative nature of large-scale weather magic requires multiple practitioners to work together in coordinated efforts that can span vast distances and extended time periods. These collaborations involve complex planning and communication protocols that ensure all participants understand their roles and can adapt to changing conditions as weather systems evolve in response to magical interventions. Regional weatherworking networks have developed over centuries to coordinate responses to major weather threats and to share the enormous energy requirements involved in large-scale atmospheric magic. These networks represent some of the most sophisticated examples of cooperative magical practice, requiring participating communities to set aside local interests in favor of broader regional welfare. As the evening wind carries the scent of approaching rain, and the first drops begin to spatter against imagined heather, take a moment to appreciate the profound wisdom required to work in partnership with forces so vast and powerful that they reshape entire landscapes. The weather workers of the Heath understand that true mastery comes not from the ability to dominate natural forces, but from the patience and humility needed to become trusted partners in the great atmospheric dance that sustains all life. What weather patterns in your own life might benefit from such patient observation and gentle guidance, and how might learning to work with rather than against natural forces transform your approach to the challenges you face? Chapter 6: Heathland Herbology and Magical Plants. In the golden hours when morning light filters through the delicate branches of gorse, and the air shimmers with pollen carried on gentle breezes, the moorlands reveal themselves as one of nature's most remarkable magical laboratories. Here, where acidic soils and harsh weather conditions create challenges that would defeat most cultivated plants, a unique flora has evolved that possesses magical properties found nowhere else in the wizarding world. Tonight, as we walk among these hardy survivors, we shall discover how generations of Heath herbologists have unlocked the secrets held within stems, leaves, and roots that have learned to thrive where others merely endure. Picture yourself kneeling beside a patch of bog cotton, its white, fluffy seed heads catching the light like tiny stars scattered across the dark earth. Your fingers brush against the stem, and you feel the subtle thrum of magical energy that flows through these seemingly delicate plants. This is the realm where botanical magic reaches heights of sophistication unknown in greenhouse cultivation, where each plant represents a triumph of adaptation and a repository of knowledge accumulated over millennia of survival in one of nature's most demanding environments. The bog cotton that grows in the wettest areas of the moorlands produces magical fibers that possess unique properties related to purification and protection. Unlike the cotton grown in warmer, more hospitable climates, bog cotton develops its magical characteristics through exposure to the concentrated magical energies that accumulate in bog environments over centuries. The process by which this plant transforms these ambient magical influences into usable fiber remains one of the great mysteries of Heathland herbology. The harvesting of bog cotton requires precise timing and specialized techniques that have been refined through generations of careful experimentation. The optimal moment for collection occurs during the brief period when the seed heads have fully matured but have not yet begun to disperse. Typically during the late summer weeks, when morning dew still clings to the fibers, but afternoon sun provides sufficient warmth for proper drying. The magical properties of bog cotton vary significantly depending on the specific bog environment in which it grows, the mineral content of the surrounding water, and the types of other magical plants that share its habitat. Cotton grown in bogs that also support populations of bog sprites develops enhanced purification properties, while that harvested from areas frequented by will-o'-the-wisps tends to exhibit stronger protective characteristics. The preparation of bog cotton for magical use involves careful separation of the fibers, removal of seeds and plant matter, and treatment with solutions that preserve and enhance the material's magical properties. Traditional preparation methods passed down through Heath communities involve moon phase timing, specific water sources, and the use of other heathland plants to create treatment baths that maximize the cotton's potential for various magical applications. Bog cotton treated according to these traditional methods can be woven into textiles that provide continuous low-level protection against negative magical influences, spun into threads for binding spells that resist magical interference, or processed into materials for creating magical filters that purify both water and air of harmful magical contamination. The wild thyme that carpets many areas of Heathland possesses aromatic and magical properties that distinguish it dramatically from cultivated varieties of the same species. Growing in the thin, mineral-rich soils of moorland environments, wild thyme develops concentrated essential oils that carry magical signatures related to mental clarity, psychic protection, and enhanced magical perception. The magical potency of wild thyme varies according to the specific microenvironments in which individual plants establish themselves. Thyme, growing near standing stones or other sites of concentrated magical activity, develops properties that enhance divination and scrying practices. Plants that flourish in areas where ancient rituals were performed often exhibit characteristics that facilitate communication with spiritual entities and the accessing of ancestral knowledge. The collection of wild thyme for magical purposes requires understanding of the plant's growth cycles and the optimal times for harvesting different parts of the plant for specific magical applications. The leaves gathered during early summer contain the highest concentrations of volatile magical compounds, while roots collected during the dormant winter months hold deep, stable energies suitable for long-term magical preparations. The drying and preservation of wild thyme involves techniques that concentrate and stabilize the plant's magical properties, while preventing the degradation that can occur when volatile magical compounds are exposed to inappropriate environmental conditions. Traditi Ono methods involve bundling harvested material in specific patterns, hanging it in locations that receive optimal air circulation while remaining protected from direct sunlight, and monitoring the drying process to ensure that magical potency is preserved throughout the preservation process. Properly prepared wild thyme can be used to create incenses that enhance magical focus and mental clarity, teas that provide protection against psychic intrusion and mental manipulation, and oils that strengthen natural magical defenses while promoting accurate magical perception. The plant's association with courage and determination also makes it valuable for preparations designed to support magical practitioners during challenging or dangerous magical work. The gorse that blooms throughout much of the year on heathland environments produces flowers with magical properties related to hope, persistence, and the overcoming of obstacles. This hardy shrub's ability to flower even during harsh weather conditions has made it a symbol of resilience within Heath magical communities, and its magical applications reflect these symbolic associations. Gorse flowers contain magical compounds that can help maintain emotional equilibrium during difficult periods, provide magical support for individuals facing seemingly insurmountable challenges, and enhance the effectiveness of spells designed to overcome barriers or remove obstacles. The bright yellow blooms seem to capture and concentrate sunlight in ways that allow them to provide warmth and encouragement, even during the darkest times of year. The timing of gorse flower collection significantly affects the magical properties that can be extracted from the harvested material. Flowers gathered during the plant's peak blooming periods in spring and late summer contain the highest concentrations of hope-related magical compounds, while blooms collected during autumn and winter months hold deeper, more stabilizing energies that provide sustained support during extended periods of difficulty. The magical preparation of gorse flowers involves gentle processing techniques that preserve the delicate magical structures within the flower petals, while extracting the essential compounds needed for various magical applications. Traditional methods include the creation of flower essences that capture the plant's emotional and spiritual properties, the preparation of dried flower mixtures for use in encouraging and strengthening spells, and the distillation of flower oils that can be used in magical preparations designed to promote optimism and perseverance. The bracken that grows in the drier areas of heathland environments possesses magical properties related to protection, particularly protection against hostile magical influences and negative spiritual entities. This ancient plant, which can live for decades and spread through underground root systems that span vast areas, develops its protective characteristics through its remarkable ability to survive and thrive in challenging conditions. The magical properties of bracken are concentrated primarily in its rhizomes, the underground stems that serve as the plant's primary storage and survival organs. These structures, which can penetrate deep into moorland soil and remain viable for years, even when above-ground portions of the plant are destroyed, contain concentrated magical energies that relate to persistence, hidden strength, and the ability to endure through difficult periods. The harvesting of bracken rhizomes requires careful excavation techniques that avoid damaging the delicate underground structures while ensuring that enough of the root system remains intact to allow the plant to regenerate. Traditional harvesting protocols involve taking only small portions of rhizome from well-established plants, rotating harvest locations to prevent overexploitation, and timing collection activities to coincide with the plant's dormant periods when underground energy storage is at its maximum. The preparation of bracken rhizomes for magical use involves cleaning, sectioning, and processing techniques that preserve the plant's magical properties, while making the material suitable for various magical applications. Properly prepared bracken can be used to create protective amulets that provide long-term shielding against negative influences, powdered for use in barrier spells that create persistent magical defenses, or processed into extracts that can be added to other magical preparations to enhance their protective properties. The sundew plants that grow in the most nutrient-poor areas of heathland bogs possess unique magical properties related to attraction, capture, and the binding of energies. These carnivorous plants have evolved sophisticated mechanisms for trapping and digesting insects, and these same mechanisms have magical applications that make sundew valuable for practitioners who work with binding spells, attraction magic, and the capture of magical energies for storage and later use. The sticky droplets that cover sundew leaves contain magical compounds that can enhance the effectiveness of spells designed to attract specific types of energy, bind unwilling magical forces, or capture and contain magical phenomena for study or future use. The plant's natural ability to digest complex organic compounds translates into magical applications that involve the transformation and refinement of crude magical energies into more useful forms. The collection of sundew requires extreme care due to the plant's small size and the delicate nature of the magical structures that produce its unique properties. Harvesting involves the careful removal of individual leaves using specialized tools that avoid disturbing the plant's root system, timing collection activities to coincide with periods when the sticky droplets are at their most potent, and immediate preservation of harvested material to prevent degradation of the delicate magical compounds. The magical preparation of sundew involves techniques that concentrate and stabilize the plant's attractive and binding properties, while creating materials suitable for various magical applications. Traditional preparation methods include the creation of adhesive substances that can bind magical energies, the distillation of essences that enhance attraction spells, and the preparation of powders that can be used in binding rituals and containment magic. The cross-leaved heath that grows in the wettest areas of moorland environments possesses magical properties related to healing, particularly the healing of emotional trauma and spiritual wounds. This small, delicate plant's ability to thrive in waterlogged conditions that would kill most other vegetation has made it a symbol of adaptability and emotional resilience within heath magical traditions. The flowers of cross-leaved heath contain magical compounds that can help heal emotional wounds, restore damaged spiritual connections, and provide comfort during periods of grief or loss. The The plant's association with adaptation and survival in difficult conditions makes it particularly valuable for healing magic that addresses the after effects of traumatic experiences or the recovery from major life changes. The harvesting of cross-leaved heath requires sensitivity to the plant's fragile nature and the wet, unstable conditions in which it typically grows. Collection activities must be timed to avoid damaging the delicate bog ecosystems that support these plants, and harvesting techniques must ensure that enough plant material remains to maintain viable populations for future years. The magical preparation of cross-leaved heath involves gentle processing methods that preserve the plant's healing properties while creating materials suitable for various therapeutic applications. Traditional preparation techniques include the creation of healing teas that provide emotional comfort and spiritual support, the preparation of flower essences that address specific types of emotional trauma, and the distillation of oils that can be used in healing rituals and therapeutic magic. The tormental that grows on Heathland slopes possesses magical properties related to courage, determination, and the strength to face difficult challenges. This hardy perennial develops deep root systems that anchor it securely in thin moorland soils, and its ability to produce bright flowers even under adverse conditions has made it a symbol of inner strength within Heath magical traditions. The magical properties of tormental are concentrated in both its roots and its distinctive four-petaled flowers, with different parts of the plant providing different types of magical support. The roots contain deep, stable energies that provide sustained courage during extended periods of challenge, while the flowers hold more immediate, accessible energies that can provide quick boosts of confidence and determination when needed. The collection of tormental requires understanding of the plant's growth patterns and the optimal times for harvesting different parts of the plant to maximize their magical potency. Root collection typically occurs during the plant's dormant period, when energy storage is concentrated in underground structures, while flower harvesting coincides with peak blooming periods when magical compounds are most concentrated in the flower petals. The preparation of tormental for magical use involves processing techniques that preserve and concentrate the plant's courage-enhancing properties, while creating materials suitable for various applications. Traditional methods include the creation of root extracts that provide sustained emotional support, the preparation of flower essences that offer immediate courage boosts, and the formulation of combined preparations that address both immediate and long-term courage needs. The conservation and sustainable harvesting practices developed by Heath herbologists reflect deep understanding of the interconnected relationships that exist within moorland ecosystems, and the recognition that over-harvesting can permanently damage plant populations that may require decades to recover from excessive collection pressure. Traditional conservation protocols involve rotating harvest locations on multi-year cycles, taking only small percentages of available plant material from any given area, and timing collection activities to minimize disruption to plant reproduction and ecosystem functioning. These practices ensure that valuable magical plants remain available for future generations while maintaining the ecological integrity of the environments that support them. The cultivation techniques developed for growing heathland plants in controlled environments represent some of the most sophisticated approaches to magical horticulture, requiring precise replication of the specific soil conditions, water chemistry, and environmental factors that these plants need for optimal growth and magical development. Successful cultivation of heathland plants typically involves the creation of specialized growing environments that mimic the acidic, nutrient-poor conditions found in natural moorland habitats. This requires careful attention to soil composition, water quality, drainage patterns, and the complex relationships between different plant species that contribute to overall ecosystem health. The magical enhancement techniques used to maximize the potency of cultivated heathland plants involve the application of specialized magical treatments during critical growth periods, the use of specific types of magical energy to promote optimal plant development, and the careful timing of cultivation activities to coincide with astronomical and seasonal cycles that influence plant magical properties. As the evening light fades and the imagined scents of wild herbs fill the air around you, take a moment to appreciate the profound wisdom contained within these humble plants that have learned to transform adversity into strength, challenge into opportunity, and harsh conditions into sources of unique magical power. Their lessons speak to something deeper than botanical knowledge, offering insights into how apparent limitations can become sources of distinctive capability, and how patient adaptation can unlock potentials invisible to casual observation. What challenges in your own environment might contain hidden opportunities for growth? And how might changing your perspective transform obstacles into resources for developing capabilities you never knew you possessed? Chapter 7. The Stone Circles and Ancient Magic. In the hushed moments when twilight settles over the ancient moorlands and shadows stretch long between weathered monoliths that have stood sentinel for millennia, you can almost feel the weight of ages pressing down upon the landscape. Here, scattered across the heathlands like frozen giants caught in eternal dance, stand the stone circles that predate recorded wizarding history, monuments to magical knowledge so profound that even today's most accomplished practitioners can only glimpse fragments of their original purpose and power. Imagine yourself approaching one of these sacred sites as the last light of day catches the rough surfaces of towering stones, each one positioned with astronomical precision that speaks to understanding far beyond the capabilities typically attributed to ancient peoples. Your footsteps slow as you draw near, not from physical exhaustion, but from the subtle pressure of accumulated magical energy that has been building within this circle for thousands of years, layer upon layer of ritual and reverence creating an almost tangible presence that seems to watch and evaluate every visitor. The stone circles found throughout Heathland regions represent some of the most sophisticated examples of megalithic magical engineering known to exist anywhere in the wizarding world. Unlike the crude arrangements of stones that characterize many ancient sites, these circles demonstrate mathematical precision, astronomical alignment, and an understanding of magical energy flow that rivals the most advanced theoretical work produced by modern magical researchers. Each circle consists of carefully selected stones arranged according to principles that take into account not only their immediate magical properties, but also their long-term interactions with celestial cycles, seasonal energy patterns, and the natural magical currents that flow through the earth itself. The positioning of individual stones within each circle reflects calculations so complex that contemporary magical mathematicians require advanced arithmancy to understand even the basic principles involved. The stones themselves were not simply gathered from local sources, but were transported from distant locations, specifically chosen for their unique magical properties. Geological analysis of circle stones reveals that many were quarried from sites hundreds of miles away, suggesting that the builders possessed both the magical transportation capabilities and the geological knowledge necessary to identify optimal materials for their ambitious construction projects. The selection criteria for circle stones appear to have involved multiple factors including mineral composition, natural magical resonance, exposure to specific types of magical energy, and compatibility with other stones in the planned arrangement. Some stones show evidence of having been deliberately exposed to lightning strikes, lunar energy, or other natural phenomena for extended periods before incorporation into circle construction, suggesting preparation processes that may have taken decades to complete. The magical properties of individual stones within each circle vary dramatically, creating complex patterns of energy interaction that produce effects far greater than the sum of their individual contributions. Granite stones provide stable foundational energy that anchors the entire magical structure, while quartz inclusions create focal points for energy concentration and redirection. Stones containing iron deposits serve as natural lightning rods that can channel electrical energy from storms into the circle's magical matrix. The positioning of stones within each circle follows patterns that optimize energy flow according to principles that modern magical theory is only beginning to understand. The distances between stones, their relative heights, and their orientations all contribute to the creation of standing wave patterns in the local magical field that can amplify, focus, or redirect magical energy with extraordinary precision. The astronomical alignments built into stone circle construction demonstrate knowledge of celestial mechanics that rivals contemporary magical astronomy. Many circles are oriented to mark significant solar events, such as solstices and equinoxes, while others align with lunar phases, planetary positions, or stellar phenomena that occur only at intervals of decades or centuries. The most sophisticated circles incorporate multiple astronomical alignments that create complex calendrical systems capable of tracking celestial cycles with remarkable accuracy. These calendars serve not only to mark the passage of time, but to predict optimal periods for different types of magical work, allowing ancient practitioners to coordinate their activities with cosmic forces that enhance the effectiveness of their spells and rituals. The construction of astronomical alignments within stone circles required understanding of celestial mechanics, sophisticated enough to predict the positions of various astronomical bodies, decades or centuries into the future. This suggests that the builders possessed astronomical knowledge that was transmitted across generations and accumulated over extended periods of careful observation and calculation. The seasonal variations in magical energy that characterize stone circles reflect their deep integration with natural cycles that govern magical phenomena throughout the year. During spring and summer months, when solar energy is at its peak, circles oriented towards solar alignments exhibit increased magical activity and enhanced capabilities for certain types of spell work. Autumn and winter months bring different types of energy to circles aligned with lunar or stellar phenomena, creating opportunities for magical practices that require the deep, stable energies associated with dormant natural cycles. The most sophisticated practitioners learn to work with these seasonal variations, timing their activities to take advantage of optimal energy conditions for specific magical goals. The daily cycles that affect stone circle energy patterns provide opportunities for different types of magical work, depending on the time of day and the specific characteristics of individual circles. Dawn energy, filtered through morning mist and enhanced by the transition from night to day, proves optimal for divination and communication magic. Midday energy, intense and focused, provides ideal conditions for healing and transformation work. Evening energy, as day transitions to night, creates conditions that favor protective magic and the establishment of long-term magical effects. Midnight energy, deep and mysterious, facilitates the most advanced forms of magical work, including communication with spiritual entities and the manipulation of fundamental magical forces. The ritual practices that developed around stone circle use evolve over millennia of experimentation and refinement, creating ceremonial procedures that maximize the effectiveness of the circle's magical properties, while maintaining safety protocols that protect practitioners from the dangerous energies that can be unleashed through improper use of these powerful sites. Traditional circle rituals begin with purification procedures that prepare both the practitioners and the sacred space for magical work. These preparations involve the cleansing of negative energies that may interfere with the circle's operation, the establishment of protective barriers that contain magical energies within safe parameters, and the alignment of participants' personal energy patterns with the circle's established magical matrix. The invocation procedures used to activate stone circle magic require precise timing, specific positioning within the circle, and the use of traditional formulas that have been preserved through generations of careful transmission. These invocations do not simply request the circle's assistance, but establish harmonic resonance between the practitioner's magical energy and the accumulated power stored within the megalithic structure. The types of magical work that can be accomplished within stone circles far exceed what is possible using conventional magical techniques, as the circles serve as amplifiers and focusers that can increase the effective power of spells by orders of magnitude. Whether magic performed within appropriately oriented circles can influence atmospheric conditions across vast regions, while healing work conducted during optimal astronomical alignments can address ailments that resist conventional magical treatment. The communication magic facilitated by stone circles allows practitioners to establish contact across enormous distances and even across dimensional boundaries that normally prevent magical interaction. These communication capabilities were particularly valuable for isolated Heath communities that needed to maintain contact with distant allies and coordinate responses to threats that affected multiple settlements. The divination work performed within stone circles provides access to information that extends far beyond the normal range of scrying and prophetic magic. The circles seem to serve as windows into different periods of time, allowing skilled practitioners to observe past events with remarkable clarity and to perceive potential future developments with accuracy that approaches certainty. The preservation of knowledge within stone circles occurs through mechanisms that modern magical theory struggles to explain, as the circles appear capable of storing vast amounts of information in forms that can be accessed by properly trained practitioners centuries after the original knowledge was deposited. This storage capability transformed the circles into libraries of ancient wisdom that continue to provide valuable information to contemporary researchers. The types of knowledge preserved within stone circles include detailed astronomical data, sophisticated magical techniques, historical records of significant events, and theoretical frameworks for understanding magical phenomena that in some cases exceed the capabilities of modern magical science. Accessing this stored knowledge requires specialized training and the development of sensitivity to the subtle magical emanations that carry encoded information. The protective functions of stone circles extend beyond their immediate vicinity to create defensive networks that can coordinate responses to large-scale magical threats. During periods of crisis, activated circles can establish communication links that allow rapid coordination of defensive measures across vast areas, while their accumulated magical energy can be drawn upon to power protective spells of extraordinary scope and duration. The defense capabilities of stone circles include the ability to generate magical barriers that can deflect hostile spells, create concealment effects that hide protected areas from both magical and mundane observation, and generate energy discharges that can neutralize attacking magical creatures or malevolent practitioners. The networking capabilities that connect multiple stone circles create redundant communication and energy distribution systems that ensure continued operation even when individual circles are damaged or destroyed. These networks demonstrate planning and engineering capabilities that suggest the original builders anticipated the need for long-term resilience and developed their systems accordingly. The modern rediscovery of stone circle magic began during the medieval period, when Heath magical communities began experimenting with the ancient sites in their territories, gradually developing techniques for safely accessing the circle's accumulated power and stored knowledge. This rediscovery process required centuries of careful experimentation, as improper use of circle magic could result in catastrophic energy releases that posed serious threats to surrounding areas. Contemporary research into stone circle magic continues to reveal new aspects of these remarkable structures, as modern magical instruments and analytical techniques provide insights into construction methods and operational principles that remained hidden from earlier investigators. However, many of the most fundamental questions about circle magic remain unanswered, suggesting that the original builders possessed knowledge that modern magical science has yet to rediscover. The ethical considerations that govern modern use of stone circles reflect recognition that these sites represent irreplaceable magical resources that must be preserved for future generations. Contemporary practitioners who work with circle magic accept responsibilities for maintaining the integrity of these ancient sites and ensuring that their use contributes to the advancement of magical knowledge rather than serving narrow personal interests. The restoration work being conducted at damaged stone circles requires extraordinary care and expertise, as improper reconstruction can permanently alter the magical properties that make these sites valuable. Modern restoration efforts focus on stabilizing existing structures and protecting them from further deterioration, rather than attempting to recreate features that have been lost to time and weather. The integration of stone circle research with broader magical studies continues to provide valuable insights into the fundamental principles that govern magical phenomena, as the circles serve as controlled environments where complex magical interactions can be observed and analyzed under optimal conditions. This research contributes not only to historical understanding, but also to the development of new magical techniques and theoretical frameworks. The legacy of stone circle magic extends far beyond the specific sites where these structures stand, influencing magical practices throughout the wizarding world, through techniques and insights that originated in the careful study of these ancient monuments. The principles discovered through circle research have contributed to advances in areas ranging from magical architecture to energy conservation, demonstrating the continuing relevance of ancient wisdom to contemporary magical challenges. As the imagined starlight begins to illuminate the ancient stones around you, and you feel the vast sweep of time that connects past and future through these enduring monuments, take a moment to appreciate the profound vision that created structures capable of serving purposes across millennia. The builders of these circles understood that true accomplishment requires thinking beyond immediate needs to create lasting value for generations yet to come. What projects in your own life might benefit from such long-term perspective? And how might considering the needs of future generations transform your approach to the challenges and opportunities you face today? Chapter 8. Traditional Heath Magic Practices. As the first flames of the seasonal fire begin to dance against the darkening sky, and the scent of burning peat mingles with the aromatic smoke of carefully selected magical herbs, the Heath communities gather to perform rituals that have remained unchanged for countless generations. Here, where tradition flows as naturally as the streams that wind through moorland valleys, ancient practices continue to weave their magic through the daily lives of those who understand that the old ways hold wisdom that no amount of modern innovation can replace. Picture yourself standing at the edge of a circle of weathered faces, illuminated by flickering firelight, each person present carrying knowledge passed down through family lines that stretch back into the mists of prehistory. The wind carries whispers of incantations spoken in dialects that preserve linguistic patterns from ages when magic and language were more closely intertwined, when words themselves held power that modern speech has largely forgotten. The fire festivals that mark the turning points of the Heath magical calendar represent far more than simple celebrations or community gatherings. These elaborate ceremonial events serve as focal points for magical workings that require the combined energy of entire communities, opportunities for the renewal of protective spells that safeguard settlements throughout the year, and occasions for the transmission of knowledge that cannot be preserved in written form. The preparation for each fire festival begins weeks in advance, as community members work together to gather the specific materials required for different aspects of the celebrations. The wood for the ceremonial fires must be collected according to traditional protocols that specify not only the types of trees from which fuel may be taken, but also the phases of the moon under which harvesting should occur, and the rituals that must be performed before any tree is felled. The construction of festival fires follows patterns that have been refined over generations to optimize their magical effectiveness, while ensuring the safety of participants and surrounding areas. The arrangement of fuel, the sequence in which different materials are added to the growing flames, and the timing of ignition all contribute to the creation of fires that serve specific magical purposes, rather than simply providing heat and light. Different types of wood contribute distinct magical properties to festival fires, creating complex energy signatures that can be directed toward various community needs. Oak provides stability and strength for protection spells, while birch contributes purification energy that cleanses negative influences from the surrounding area. Rowan wood adds protective qualities that shield against malevolent magical entities, and apple wood brings healing energy that supports community health throughout the coming season. The herbs and other plant materials added to festival fires create aromatic smoke that carries magical properties far beyond the immediate area of the celebration. The selection of these materials depends on the specific purposes of each festival, with different combinations designed to achieve goals ranging from weather magic and crop protection to spiritual purification and community bonding. The timing of herb additions to festival fires requires precise coordination with astronomical events, as the effectiveness of smoke magic varies dramatically depending on wind conditions, atmospheric pressure, and celestial alignments that influence the distribution and potency of the magical compounds released through burning. Master firetenders develop sensitivity to these conditions that allows them to optimize the magical effects of each festival fire. The peat smoke divination practiced by Heath communities represents one of the most sophisticated forms of scrying magic known to the wizarding world, utilizing the unique properties of peat smoke to create visionary experiences that provide guidance for individual and community decision-making. The dense aromatic smoke produced by burning peat creates atmospheric conditions that enhance psychic perception while providing a medium through which symbolic images and prophetic visions can manifest. The preparation of peat for divination purposes involves careful selection of material from specific bog locations, aging processes that allow the peat to develop optimal magical properties, and treatment with various plant extracts that enhance its visionary capabilities. The quality of peat used for divination can significantly affect the clarity and reliability of the visions obtained, making the selection and preparation process crucial aspects of successful divination work. The techniques for interpreting peat smoke visions require years of training and the development of sensitivity to subtle visual and sensory cues that indicate the presence of meaningful symbolic content within the swirling patterns of smoke. Experienced practitioners learn to distinguish between random smoke movements and genuine visionary phenomena, while developing the ability to translate symbolic imagery into practical guidance for real-world situations. The seasonal timing of peat smoke divination reflects the understanding that different times of year provide optimal conditions for different types of visionary work. Spring divination focuses on new beginnings and growth opportunities, while summer sessions provide guidance for active projects and immediate challenges. Autumn divination addresses harvest decisions and preparation for difficult periods, while winter sessions offer insights into deep spiritual questions and long-term planning needs. The healing practices that form the cornerstone of Heath magical medicine combine the use of local plants with energy work techniques that address both physical ailments and spiritual imbalances. These practices recognize that health involves the harmonious interaction of multiple factors including physical constitution, emotional balance, spiritual alignment, and environmental influences that affect overall well-being. The diagnostic techniques used by Heath healers involve careful observation of patients' energy patterns, assessment of their relationships with natural cycles and environmental factors, and evaluation of their connections to community and family support systems. This holistic approach to diagnosis often reveals underlying causes of illness that might be missed by practitioners who focus primarily on physical symptoms. The treatment protocols developed by Heath healing traditions emphasize the use of locally available plants and materials, recognizing that the most effective healing often comes from medicines that share the same environmental conditions as the patients who require treatment. This principle reflects the understanding that people and their local ecosystems develop complementary relationships that can be utilized for therapeutic purposes. The preparation of healing materials follows traditional methods that maximize the therapeutic properties of medicinal plants, while ensuring that their magical characteristics are preserved and enhanced. These methods often involve specific timing for harvesting, particular techniques for drying and storage, and the use of traditional containers and tools that do not interfere with the plant's natural magical properties. The energy work techniques integrated into Heath healing practices include methods for channeling natural energies from the surrounding environment, techniques for balancing patients' personal energy systems, and approaches for removing negative influences that may be contributing to illness or preventing recovery. These techniques require sensitivity to subtle energy phenomena and the ability to work with natural forces in ways that support rather than overwhelm patients' own healing capabilities. The community spellcasting traditions that characterize major Heath magical workings represent some of the most sophisticated examples of cooperative magic known to exist anywhere in the wizarding world. These collaborative efforts require careful coordination of multiple practitioners' abilities, precise timing of individual contributions to larger magical workings, and the maintenance of group focus and intention over extended periods. The organization of community spellcasting events involve detailed planning that takes into account the specific abilities and limitations of each participant, the optimal positioning of individuals within the working space, and the sequence in which different magical contributions should be made to achieve maximum effectiveness. This planning process requires deep understanding of magical theory combined with practical knowledge of group dynamics and individual capabilities. The types of magic that can be accomplished through community spellcasting far exceed what individual practitioners can achieve working alone, as the combined energy of multiple participants creates synergistic effects that amplify the power of spells while allowing for the accomplishment of magical goals that would be impossible for single practitioners to attempt safely. The protective spells that safeguard Heath communities throughout the year require periodic renewal through community rituals that recharge and strengthen the magical barriers that shield settlements from various threats. These protective workings involve the entire community in ceremonial activities that reinforce both the magical defenses and the social bonds that hold the community together. The weather magic performed during community gatherings allows for the coordination of large-scale atmospheric effects that can influence weather patterns across vast areas of moorland terrain. These workings require careful timing and the coordination of multiple weather workers whose individual abilities complement each other to achieve effects that no single practitioner could accomplish alone. The seasonal rituals that mark the turning points of the year serve multiple purposes within Heath communities, providing opportunities for community bonding, the renewal of magical protections, the celebration of successful harvests or other achievements, and the preparation for challenges associated with coming seasons. The spring rituals focus on renewal, growth, and the initiation of new projects or life phases. These celebrations typically involve the blessing of seeds and planting materials, the performance of fertility magic that supports both agricultural and human reproduction, and the establishment of protective spells that will safeguard growing crops and young animals throughout the coming season. The summer rituals celebrate abundance, achievement, and the peak of natural energy cycles. These festivals provide opportunities for the display of individual and community accomplishments, the performance of magic that requires maximum energy input, and the establishment of alliances and partnerships that will support community welfare during more challenging periods. The autumn rituals address themes of harvest, preparation, and the wise management of resources during periods of scarcity. These gatherings involve the blessing of preserved foods and stored materials, the performance of protective magic that will sustain the community through winter months, and the sharing of knowledge and resources that will help ensure everyone's survival during difficult times. The winter rituals focus on endurance, reflection, and the maintenance of hope during the darkest and most challenging time of year. These intimate gatherings provide opportunities for storytelling, the sharing of accumulated wisdom, and the performance of deep magic that draws on the quiet energies associated with dormant, natural cycles. The apprenticeship systems that preserve and transmit Heath magical knowledge across generations involve long-term relationships between master practitioners and students that extend far beyond simple instruction in magical techniques. These relationships encompass the transmission of values, traditions, and ways of understanding the world that cannot be communicated through formal education alone. The selection of apprentices within Heath communities typically involves careful consideration of candidates' natural abilities, their commitment to community welfare, and their willingness to accept the responsibilities that come with advanced magical knowledge. The apprenticeship process serves not only to train new practitioners, but also to ensure that important knowledge is preserved and adapted for changing circumstances. The training methods used in Heath apprenticeships emphasize practical experience over theoretical study, recognizing that the complex skills required for successful moorland magic can only be developed through hands-on practice under the guidance of experienced mentors. This approach produces practitioners who understand not only how to perform specific magical techniques, but also when and why to use them in real-world situations. The graduation processes that mark the completion of apprenticeships typically involve challenging tests that demonstrate mastery of essential skills, while also confirming the apprentice's commitment to community service and ethical practice. These tests often require the demonstration of abilities under difficult conditions that simulate the types of challenges apprentices will face as independent practitioners. The ongoing relationships between masters and former apprentices continue long after the formal training period ends, providing continuing education opportunities and ensuring that practitioners remain connected to the broader tradition of which they are part. These relationships help maintain the continuity of Heath magical traditions while allowing for innovation and adaptation to changing circumstances. The record-keeping traditions that preserve important community knowledge utilize methods adapted to the harsh environmental conditions that characterize moorland life, employing techniques that ensure critical information survives weather extremes, potential disasters, and the passage of time. These methods often involve multiple backup systems and the distribution of important knowledge among several individuals to prevent total loss. The integration of individual magical practices with community traditions creates a balanced approach that respects personal autonomy while maintaining the social cohesion necessary for successful group magic. This balance allows for individual creativity and specialization, while ensuring that personal magical development contributes to rather than detracts from community welfare. As the imagined firelight begins to dim, and the last echoes of ancient songs fade into the moorland night, take a moment to appreciate the profound wisdom contained within traditions that have sustained communities through countless challenges and changes. These practices demonstrate that true strength often lies not in innovation alone, but in the patient preservation and thoughtful adaptation of knowledge that has proven its worth across generations. What traditions in your own life carry wisdom worth preserving, and how might honoring these traditions while adapting them to contemporary needs create a foundation for both personal growth and community resilience? Chapter 9. The isolation and protection of Heath communities. In the vast expanse of moorland, where horizons stretch endlessly in all directions, and the nearest neighbor might dwell beyond a day's journey across treacherous terrain, isolation becomes not merely a circumstance of geography, but a carefully cultivated art that has enabled magical communities to flourish in complete secrecy for over a millennium. Tonight, as mist begins to rise from hidden valleys, and the last light fades behind distant hills, we shall explore how these remote settlements transform the apparent disadvantage of their isolation into an impenetrable shield that has protected their ancient ways of life from discovery and interference. Imagine yourself standing on a wind-swept ridge, gazing across miles of seemingly empty moorland that rolls away in gentle undulations toward a horizon that appears to hold nothing but heather, grass, and sky. Yet somewhere within this apparent emptiness lie communities whose very existence remains unknown to the broader wizarding world. Settlements so skillfully concealed that even experienced magical investigators might pass within yards of occupied dwellings without detecting any sign of human habitation. The natural concealment provided by Heathland terrain offers advantages that no amount of magical camouflage can entirely duplicate, creating defensive conditions that have made these remote communities virtually undetectable to outside observation. The rolling topography that characterizes most moorland areas provides countless hidden valleys, secluded hollows, and sheltered depressions where entire settlements can be established without creating any visible alterations to the surrounding landscape. The uniform appearance of Heathland vegetation serves as perfect natural camouflage for structures and activities that might stand out dramatically in more varied environments. Buildings constructed using local materials and earth-sheltered designs blend so completely with the surrounding terrain that they become essentially invisible from any distance greater than a few hundred yards, while the absence of trees or other tall vegetation eliminates the landmarks that might guide unwanted visitors to hidden locations. The challenging navigation conditions that characterize moorland environments create natural barriers that discourage casual exploration, while making systematic searches extremely difficult and dangerous for those unfamiliar with local conditions. The absence of prominent landmarks, the tendency of paths to disappear during wet weather, and the presence of bogs and other hazardous terrain features combine to create a defensive network that requires no magical enhancement to deter most potential intruders. The weather patterns that frequently isolate moorland areas provide additional layers of protection that can cut off entire regions from outside contact for days or weeks at a time. Sudden fog banks can reduce visibility to mere yards within minutes, while winter storms can make travel impossible even for experienced moorland residents, creating natural quarantine conditions that ensure privacy during sensitive periods. The magical concealment techniques developed by Heath communities build upon these natural advantages to create defensive systems of extraordinary sophistication and reliability. Rather than relying on dramatic spells that might be detected by magical investigators, these communities employ subtle enchantments that enhance existing natural conditions, while avoiding the creation of magical signatures that could reveal their presence to distant observers. The layered concealment protocols used by most Heath settlements involve multiple levels of protection that operate independently, while reinforcing each other to create comprehensive defensive coverage. The outermost layer typically consists of confusion charms that subtly influence the decision-making processes of approaching visitors, making them more likely to choose paths that lead away from protected areas rather than toward them. The intermediate protection layers employ glamour magic that enhances the natural camouflage provided by local terrain and vegetation, making protected structures and activities even more difficult to detect, while ensuring that any magical emanations are dispersed or redirected to avoid creating detectable patterns. These glamours are typically woven into the landscape itself, rather than applied as temporary spells, creating permanent alterations that become part of the physical reality of the protected areas. The innermost protection layers consist of active defensive spells that can respond to immediate threats while maintaining the overall concealment of the protected community. These defenses are designed to neutralize specific threats without creating dramatic effects that might attract attention from distant observers, emphasizing subtlety and precision over raw power. The early warning systems developed by Heath communities utilize both magical and natural indicators to provide advance notice of approaching threats, allowing time for additional concealment measures to be activated and for community members to prepare appropriate responses to different types of intrusion. These systems rely heavily on the behavior of local wildlife, changes in weather patterns, and subtle alterations in magical energy flows that can indicate the presence of unfamiliar magical practitioners in the surrounding area. The network of observation posts that monitor approaches to most Heath settlements consists of carefully concealed positions that provide overlapping coverage of all potential routes into protected areas. These posts are typically staffed by community members who possess enhanced sensory abilities or specialized training in threat detection, ensuring that few approaching visitors escape notice regardless of their skill at concealment or stealth. The communication systems that connect observation posts with central community locations utilize methods that avoid creating detectable magical signatures while ensuring rapid and reliable transmission of warning information. These systems often employ combinations of natural phenomena, trained animals, and subtle magical effects that appear to be random environmental variations to casual observation. The response protocols developed for different types of threats allow Heath communities to implement appropriate defensive measures without overreacting to harmless intrusions or creating unnecessary risks for community security. These protocols take into account factors such as the number of approaching individuals, their apparent magical abilities, their stated purposes if any, and their likely connections to outside authorities or organizations. The evacuation procedures maintained by most Heath communities provide methods for rapidly relocating vulnerable community members and essential resources when concealment measures prove insufficient to ensure safety. These procedures typically involve the use of hidden shelters, emergency supply caches, and predetermined rally points that allow communities to maintain cohesion even when forced to abandon their primary settlements temporarily. The trade relationships that connect Heath communities with the outside world require elaborate security protocols that protect community locations while allowing for the exchange of goods and information necessary for long-term survival. These relationships typically involve the use of neutral meeting locations, trusted intermediaries, and carefully scheduled contact periods that minimize exposure risks while maintaining essential connections. The selection of trade partners involves extensive investigation of potential contacts' reliability, discretion, and connections to organizations that might pose threats to community security. Heath communities typically prefer to deal with other isolated magical groups, independent practitioners who value privacy, and individuals whose own circumstances require them to maintain secrecy about their activities. The goods exchanged through these trade relationships focus on items that cannot be produced within Heath communities due to resource limitations or specialized knowledge requirements. Essential trade items typically include rare magical ingredients, advanced magical instruments, written materials such as books and maps, and information about developments in the broader wizarding world that might affect community security. The security measures that govern trade activities include the use of concealment charms on traded goods, the establishment of alternate identities for community representatives, and the implementation of verification procedures that ensure trade partners are who they claim to be and have not been compromised by hostile organizations. The information networks that keep Heath communities informed about external developments utilize discrete sources and careful analysis to provide early warning of potential threats while avoiding the creation of communication patterns that might reveal community locations or activities to hostile observers. These networks often involve the monitoring of rumors, the observation of traveler behavior, and the careful interpretation of seemingly unrelated events that might indicate changing security conditions. The defensive alliances that connect multiple Heath communities provide mutual support systems that can coordinate responses to large-scale threats while maintaining the independence and security of individual settlements. These alliances typically involve the sharing of intelligence, the provision of emergency assistance, and the coordination of defensive measures that require resources beyond the capabilities of single communities. The alliance protocols that govern these relationships include provisions for secure communication, mutual aid obligations, and dispute resolution procedures that maintain cooperation while respecting the autonomy of member communities. These protocols are typically designed to function even under conditions where normal communication channels have been compromised or destroyed. The resource sharing arrangements that characterize defensive alliances allow communities to specialize in particular areas of expertise while ensuring access to capabilities and materials that might not be available locally. These arrangements often involve the rotation of skilled individuals between communities, the establishment of shared training programs, and the maintenance of distributed supply networks that increase overall resilience. The threat assessment capabilities that enable Alliance members to evaluate and respond to security challenges utilize shared intelligence gathering resources, coordinated analysis procedures, and standardized threat classification systems that ensure consistent and effective responses to various types of dangers. The technological countermeasures developed by Heath communities address the increasing sophistication of detection methods employed by various organizations that might pose threats to community security. These countermeasures include techniques for detecting and neutralizing scrying attempts, methods for preventing magical tracking of community members, and approaches for maintaining communication security in environments where magical surveillance capabilities continue to advance. The Adaptat Larian strategies that allow Heath communities to maintain their security advantages in the face of changing external conditions involve continuous evaluation of concealment techniques, regular updating of defensive protocols, and ongoing development of new methods for dealing with emerging threats. These strategies recognize that effective security requires constant vigilance and adaptation, rather than reliance on static defensive measures. The legal protections that shield Heath communities from unwanted interference by magical authorities rely on careful interpretation of jurisdictional boundaries, the maintenance of minimal official contact, and the strategic use of legal precedents that recognize certain rights to privacy and self-governance for isolated magical communities. The documentation strategies used to establish and maintain legal protections involve the careful preservation of historical records, the maintenance of genealogical information that establishes community members' rights to their territories, and the development of legal arguments that support community autonomy while avoiding conflicts with broader magical law. The diplomatic protocols that govern interactions with official representatives focus on maintaining cordial but minimal contact, providing limited cooperation when absolutely necessary, and avoiding the establishment of precedents that might compromise community autonomy or security in future interactions. The cultural preservation efforts that protect community traditions from outside influence utilize various techniques for maintaining traditional practices while adapting to changing circumstances, ensuring that essential knowledge and customs survive even under conditions where external pressures threaten to disrupt established ways of life. The education systems that prepare young community members for life in isolated environments emphasize skills and knowledge that may not be available through conventional magical education, including specialized survival techniques, advanced concealment magic, and deep understanding of traditional practices that form the foundation of community life. The succession planning that ensures continuity of leadership and expertise within Heath communities involves the identification and training of individuals who can assume critical responsibilities, the preservation of essential knowledge through multiple channels, and the development of decision-making processes that can function effectively even when key individuals are unavailable. As the imagined darkness settles over the vast moorland, and you feel the profound peace that comes from perfect seclusion, take a moment to appreciate the remarkable achievement represented by communities that have maintained their independence and traditions for centuries. Despite the pressures of an increasingly connected world, their success demonstrates that true security often comes not from confronting threats directly, but from becoming so perfectly adapted to one's environment that threats simply pass by without ever recognizing what they might have found. What aspects of your own life might benefit from such patient, thoughtful protection? And how might learning to work with, rather than against, natural concealment create spaces where your most important values and relationships can flourish undisturbed? Chapter 10. Seasonal Rhythms and Community Life. When the first whisper of changing seasons stirs the heather bells, and the ancient rhythms of earth and sky begin their eternal dance once more, the Heath communities awaken to patterns of life that flow as naturally as the streams coursing through moorland valleys. Here, where time is measured not by clocks and calendars, but by the subtle shifts in light, wind, and the very heartbeat of the land itself, community life unfolds according to cycles that have governed human existence since the first magical families sought refuge in these wild places. Picture yourself waking in an earth-sheltered dwelling as the first pale light of dawn filters through a window that looks out upon miles of moor stretching toward distant hills. The air carries the particular scent that indicates seasonal transition, perhaps the green freshness of emerging growth or the rich earthiness of autumn's approach. This is your signal that another phase of the great yearly cycle has begun, bringing with it new responsibilities, opportunities, and the deep satisfaction that comes from living in harmony with forces greater than any individual human concern. The spring awakening that transforms Heath communities from winter's quiet introspection into a season of renewed energy and possibility begins not with dramatic changes, but with subtle shifts that experienced residents learn to recognize weeks before outsiders would notice any alteration in the moorland's appearance. The first signs appear in the behavior of wildlife, the quality of morning light, and the feeling of the wind as it carries messages of transformation across the vast landscape. The preparation for spring's arrival involves community-wide activities that have been refined through generations of careful observation and practical experience. Seed supplies carefully preserved through winter months are examined and sorted, with decisions made about which varieties to plant in different locations based on weather patterns, soil conditions, and the specific magical properties desired in the coming harvest. These decisions require deep knowledge of local growing conditions combined with understanding of how different plants' magical characteristics develop under various environmental influences. The early spring rituals that mark the official beginning of the growing season bring the entire community together for ceremonies that blend practical preparation with spiritual celebration. These gatherings typically involve the blessing of seeds and tools, the sharing of preserved foods from previous year's harvests, and the performance of magic designed to encourage favorable weather conditions during the critical early weeks of the growing season. The planting work that occupies much of spring requires careful coordination between community members who possess different areas of expertise, from those who understand soil preparation and optimal planting times, to specialists in magical plant cultivation, who can enhance growing conditions through subtle magical interventions. This collaborative approach ensures that every garden plot and cultivation area receives the attention needed for successful growth, while distributing the workload in ways that prevent exhaustion of individual workers. The magical garden maintenance that continues throughout spring involves techniques that enhance natural growing processes without creating artificial conditions that might weaken plants' natural resilience. Heath gardeners learn to work with soil spirits, beneficial insects, and weather patterns to create optimal growing conditions, while maintaining the hardy characteristics that allow their plants to thrive in moorland environments. The community communication systems that coordinate spring activities rely on traditional methods that ensure everyone remains informed about planting schedules, weather predictions, and resource allocation without creating the magical signatures that might attract unwanted attention. These systems often involve the use of natural landmarks, subtle signal arrangements, and message-passing techniques that appear to be casual social interaction to outside observers. The summer abundance that characterizes the peak growing season brings both opportunities and challenges as communities work to make the most of favorable conditions while preparing for the more demanding seasons that will follow. The long days of summer provide extended opportunities for magical practice, cultivation work, and the completion of projects that require good weather and optimal working conditions. The harvest scheduling that governs summer gathering activities requires careful timing to ensure that plants are collected at peak potency, while avoiding conflicts between different types of gathering work and ensuring that adequate plant material remains to support ecosystem health and future harvests. This scheduling involves complex negotiations between community members who specialize in different types of plant magic, and careful observation of natural indicators that signal optimal harvest times. The preservation work that transforms fresh summer harvests into materials that will sustain the community through winter months utilizes techniques that maintain both nutritional value and magical potency, while ensuring long-term storage stability. These techniques often involve combinations of natural preservation methods with subtle magical processes that enhance storage life without requiring continuous energy input that might strain community resources. The summer festivals that celebrate community achievements and strengthen social bonds provide opportunities for the display of individual skills, the sharing of knowledge and resources, and the strengthening of relationships that support community cohesion during more challenging periods. These celebrations typically involve competitions that test essential survival skills, presentations of exceptional magical work, and collaborative projects that demonstrate community unity and capability. The magical energy work that takes advantage of summer's peak natural energy levels includes large-scale community projects that require significant magical resources, such as the renewal of protective barriers, the enhancement of concealment spells, and the performance of complex magical workings that benefit the entire community. These projects often require the coordination of multiple specialists and careful timing to ensure optimal results. The autumn transition that prepares communities for winter's challenges involves activities that balance the completion of final harvests with the beginning of winter preparation work. This season requires particularly careful attention to weather patterns, as sudden changes can threaten late-season crops, while early preparation for winter conditions can provide crucial advantages during difficult periods. The final harvest work that characterizes early autumn focuses on gathering the last of the year's magical plants, while ensuring that adequate seed stock is preserved for future planting seasons. This work often involves difficult decisions about which plants to harvest completely and which to leave for natural seed production, balancing immediate needs against long-term sustainability. The food preservation activities that intensify during autumn involve the processing of harvested materials using techniques that maximize storage life while maintaining nutritional and magical value. These activities often require the entire community to work together in organized shifts that ensure all harvested materials are properly processed before spoilage can occur. The winter preparation work that occupies much of autumn includes the gathering of fuel supplies, the completion of construction and repair projects, and the creation of emergency reserves that can sustain the community through extended periods of isolation. This work requires careful planning and resource allocation to ensure that all essential needs are met without depleting resources needed for other critical activities. The equipment maintenance that prepares tools and magical implements for winter storage involves cleaning, repair, and protective treatment procedures that ensure these essential items remain functional through months of harsh weather and limited use. This maintenance work often provides opportunities for skill sharing between community members who possess different areas of technical expertise. The winter retreat that transforms communities from active, outward-focused groups into intimate, inward-directed gatherings creates conditions that support different types of learning, creativity, and relationship building than are possible during busier seasons. The long nights and limited outdoor activities provide opportunities for intensive study, detailed craft work, and the deep conversations that strengthen community bonds and transmit important cultural knowledge. The winter education programs that utilize the season's extended indoor time provide opportunities for comprehensive learning experiences that might not be possible during busier periods. These programs often involve the systematic transmission of specialized knowledge from masters to apprentices, the sharing of historical information and cultural traditions, and the development of skills that require extended practice under controlled conditions. The craft work that occupies much of winter involves the creation of items needed for daily life, magical practice, and trade with outside communities. This work often requires techniques that have been passed down through generations, utilizing materials gathered during other seasons, and creating products that demonstrate the high level of skill and artistry achieved by Heath community members. The storytelling traditions that flourish during winter evenings serve multiple purposes, including entertainment, education, and the preservation of community history and values. These traditions often involve the systematic recounting of important events, the sharing of magical knowledge encoded in narrative form, and the reinforcement of cultural values that guide community behavior throughout the year. The winter rituals that mark the season's progression provide structure for community life during periods when natural markers of time passage become less obvious due to shortened days and limited outdoor activity. These rituals often focus on themes of endurance, hope, and the maintenance of connection to natural cycles, even when direct interaction with the natural world becomes limited. The health maintenance practices that become particularly important during winter involve techniques for maintaining physical and mental well-being during periods of reduced activity, limited fresh food availability, and potential isolation from outside support. These practices often involve the use of preserved medicinal plants, energy work techniques that can be performed indoors, and social activities that maintain community morale and individual motivation. The resource management systems that govern winter consumption of stored supplies involve careful monitoring of reserves, rationing procedures that ensure adequate supplies last through the entire season, and contingency planning that prepares for emergency situations such as unusually severe weather or unexpected supply shortages. The seasonal transition ceremonies that mark the movement from one season to another provide opportunities for community reflection on achievements and challenges while preparing for the different demands and opportunities associated with changing conditions. These ceremonies often involve the recognition of individual contributions to community welfare, the planning of activities for coming seasons, and the renewal of commitments to shared values and goals. The cycle completion rituals that mark the end of each yearly cycle provide opportunities for comprehensive evaluation of community achievements, identification of areas needing improvement, and planning for future development. These rituals often involve detailed discussions of resource use, effectiveness of various community practices, and adjustments needed to improve community resilience and prosperity. The generational knowledge transfer that occurs through seasonal participation ensures that essential skills and understanding are preserved even as older community members age and younger individuals assume greater responsibilities. This transfer process often involves the gradual assumption of increasing responsibility by learners, while maintaining oversight and guidance from experienced practitioners. The adaptation strategies that allow communities to adjust to changing environmental conditions while maintaining essential traditions involve careful observation of long-term patterns, experimentation with new approaches, and the preservation of traditional knowledge, even when temporary changes in practice become necessary. The community planning processes that coordinate seasonal activities while maintaining flexibility for unexpected developments involve regular consultation between community members, careful assessment of available resources, and contingency planning that prepares for various possible scenarios. As the imagined seasons seem to flow around you like a gentle river carrying the rhythm of natural time, take a moment to appreciate the profound peace that comes from living in harmony with cycles greater than individual ambition or immediate desire. These communities understand that true prosperity emerges not from fighting natural patterns, but from learning to dance with them, finding in each season's unique gifts the resources needed, not just for survival but for flourishing. What seasonal rhythms in your own life might you observe more carefully, and how might aligning your activities with natural cycles create a foundation for both productivity and contentment that no amount of artificial scheduling could provide? Chapter 11. The Wisdomkeepers of the Moors. In the quiet hours before dawn, when the moorlands lie wrapped in silver mist, and the ancient stones seem to whisper their secrets to the wind, the eldest members of Heath communities begin their daily rituals of remembrance and contemplation. These are the Wisdomkeepers, the living libraries whose minds hold centuries of accumulated knowledge, tradition, and understanding that cannot be found in any written text. Tonight, as we sit beside the imagined warmth of a peat fire and listen to voices that carry the weight of countless years, we shall explore the remarkable individuals who serve as guardians of heritage too precious to risk losing. Picture yourself in the presence of one whose hair has grown white with the passage of seasons beyond counting, whose hands carry the marks of decades spent working with earth and weather, plant and stone. Their eyes hold depths that seem to reflect not just personal experience, but the accumulated wisdom of all those who came before, as if the very landscape has chosen them as vessels for its deepest secrets. This is what it means to encounter a true wisdom keeper of the moors. The selection of wisdom keepers within Heath communities follows patterns that have evolved over generations to ensure that the most crucial knowledge finds its way into the minds best equipped to preserve and transmit it. These individuals are not chosen for their magical power alone, though most possess considerable abilities, but for qualities of memory, judgment, and character that mark them as suitable guardians of irreplaceable heritage. The early identification of potential wisdom keepers often begins in childhood, when certain individuals display exceptional memory capabilities, unusual sensitivity to traditional knowledge, or natural inclination toward the contemplative practices that characterize advanced wisdom keeping. These children receive special attention from current wisdom keepers, who begin their informal education years before formal apprenticeships commence. The memory training that transforms ordinary human recollection into the extraordinary capabilities required for wisdom keeping involves techniques that have been refined through countless generations of practice. These methods go far beyond simple memorization, encompassing sophisticated systems for organizing, cross-referencing, and accessing vast amounts of information stored in purely mental formats. The foundation of Wisdom Keeper memory training lies in the creation of mental structures that can hold complex information in stable, accessible formats. These structures often utilize spatial memory techniques that associate information with familiar physical locations, creating mental maps that can be navigated to retrieve specific knowledge when needed. The most accomplished Wisdom Keepers develop mental palaces of extraordinary complexity and detail. The mnemonic systems employed by Wisdom Keepers include sophisticated encoding methods that transform abstract information into memorable formats, such as songs, stories, or rhythmic chants. These encoding techniques ensure that essential knowledge remains accessible, even under stress or distraction, while providing multiple pathways for information retrieval if primary memory routes become compromised. The cross-referencing capabilities that allow Wisdom Keepers to connect related information across different knowledge domains require years of practice to develop fully. These capabilities enable them to identify patterns and relationships that might escape notice when information is compartmentalized, providing insights that emerge from the synthesis of knowledge rather than the simple accumulation of facts. The oral tradition preservation methods that maintain the integrity of transmitted knowledge across generations involve careful attention to precise wording, consistent delivery patterns, and verification procedures that ensure accuracy is maintained, even when information passes through multiple transmission cycles. These methods recognize that even small changes in traditional formulations can significantly alter their meaning or effectiveness. The specialized knowledge domains that different Wisdom Keepers are expected to master reflect the diverse areas of expertise required for successful moorland community life. Some Wisdom Keepers focus on magical techniques and theoretical understanding, while others specialize in practical skills such as weather prediction, plant identification, or the complex genealogical information that governs community relationships and resource allocation. The magical knowledge preserved by specialist Wisdom Keepers includes detailed information about spell formulations, potion recipes, and ritual procedures that may be used only rarely but prove essential during crisis situations. This knowledge often involves techniques that require precise execution, where small errors in procedure can result in dangerous or ineffective outcomes. The historical knowledge maintained by Wisdom Keepers encompasses detailed accounts of significant events, important decisions, and their long-term consequences that provide essential context for contemporary decision-making. This historical perspective helps community leaders avoid repeating past mistakes while building upon previous successes. The genealogical expertise that tracks family relationships, ancestral achievements, and inherited obligations forms one of the most complex knowledge domains within Wisdom Keeper specializations. This information governs everything from marriage arrangements and resource inheritance to the distribution of specific magical abilities that run in family lines. The natural knowledge that encompasses detailed understanding of local ecosystems, weather patterns, and resource availability provides the foundation for successful adaptation to environmental challenges. This knowledge includes information about subtle environmental indicators that can predict seasonal changes, resource availability, and potential threats to community welfare. The teaching methods employed by Wisdom Keepers to transmit their knowledge to younger generations involve sophisticated pedagogical approaches that ensure effective learning while maintaining the integrity of traditional information. These methods typically emphasize experiential learning, repetitive practice, and gradual revelation of increasingly complex information as students demonstrate readiness for advanced instruction. The apprenticeship relationships that connect Wisdom Keepers with their eventual successors typically span decades and involve intensive personal relationships that go far beyond simple instruction. These relationships encompass not only the transmission of specific knowledge, but also the development of character traits and decision-making capabilities that enable effective wisdom keeping under challenging conditions. The testing procedures that verify apprentice competency involve comprehensive examinations that assess not only memorization accuracy, but also understanding, synthesis ability, and practical application of transmitted knowledge. These tests often simulate crisis conditions that require rapid access to specific information while maintaining accuracy under pressure. The succession planning that ensures continuity of wisdom-keeping functions involves careful preparation for the transfer of responsibilities from aging keepers to qualified successors. This planning includes the gradual assumption of increasing responsibility by apprentices while maintaining oversight and support from experienced practitioners. The collaborative relationships between wisdom keepers in different communities create networks for sharing particularly important information and verifying the accuracy of transmitted knowledge. These relationships often involve regular gatherings where keepers can compare versions of traditional information and identify discrepancies that might indicate transmission errors. The verification protocols that maintain accuracy in oral traditions involve multiple cross-checking procedures that compare information from different sources and identify potential errors before they become embedded in the transmission stream. These protocols recognize that even highly trained memories can be fallible and that systematic verification is essential for maintaining knowledge integrity. The adaptation strategies that allow traditional knowledge to remain relevant under changing conditions involve careful evaluation of new information against established principles while maintaining the core integrity of traditional understanding. These strategies enable wisdom keepers to incorporate beneficial innovations while avoiding changes that might compromise essential traditional knowledge. The crisis management capabilities that enable wisdom keepers to provide crucial guidance during emergency situations involve rapid access to relevant knowledge combined with the judgment needed to apply traditional principles to novel circumstances. These capabilities often prove essential during natural disasters, external threats, or internal conflicts that require immediate and effective responses. The conflict resolution expertise that wisdom keepers provide during disputes between community members draws upon detailed knowledge of traditional precedents, community values, and the long-term consequences of different resolution approaches. This expertise helps maintain community cohesion while ensuring that conflicts are resolved in ways that strengthen rather than weaken social bonds. The resource allocation guidance that wisdom keepers provide during periods of scarcity draws upon detailed knowledge of past resource management decisions and their outcomes, enabling communities to make informed choices about conservation, distribution, and emergency measures. This guidance often proves crucial for community survival during extended difficult periods. The spiritual guidance that wisdom keepers provide encompasses understanding of traditional beliefs, ritual practices, and the deeper meanings that underlie community customs and observances. This guidance helps maintain community identity and purpose while providing comfort and direction during periods of uncertainty or challenge. The innovation evaluation capabilities that enable wisdom keepers to assess new ideas and techniques against traditional principles help communities distinguish between beneficial developments and potentially harmful changes. This evaluation process ensures that innovation enhances rather than undermines community welfare and traditional values. Edge preservation techniques that protect essential information against loss involve multiple backup systems, including the training of multiple apprentices in critical knowledge areas, the creation of redundant storage systems, and the development of emergency transmission protocols that can function even under adverse conditions. The legacy planning that ensures important knowledge survives the death or incapacitation of individual wisdom keepers involves careful documentation of critical information and formats that can be accessed by successors while maintaining the security protocols that protect sensitive knowledge from unauthorized access. The community service philosophy that guides wisdom keeper activities emphasizes the responsibility to use accumulated knowledge for community benefit rather than personal advantage. This philosophy ensures that wisdom-keeping functions serve their intended purpose of preserving and transmitting essential cultural heritage. The ethical guidelines that govern wisdom-keeper behavior include strict protocols regarding the appropriate use of sensitive information, the conditions under which knowledge should be shared or withheld, and the responsibilities that come with access to information that could significantly impact community welfare. The mental health maintenance practices that help wisdom keepers cope with the psychological demands of their roles include techniques for managing the stress of carrying enormous responsibility, methods for maintaining emotional balance despite exposure to disturbing historical information, and approaches for finding personal fulfillment within the constraints of their demanding positions. The retirement transition procedures that enable aging wisdom keepers to transfer their responsibilities while maintaining their valued status within the community ensure that accumulated knowledge is preserved, while providing appropriate recognition for lifetime service to community welfare. As the imagined firelight flickers across ancient faces and voices carry wisdom gathered through lifetimes of careful observation and patient learning, take a moment to appreciate the profound gift represented by those who dedicate their lives to preserving what others might easily forget. These wisdom keepers understand that true knowledge is not just information, but understanding seasoned by experience and refined by service to something greater than individual achievement. Your own experience might be worth preserving with such dedication, and how might honoring the wisdom of those who came before you create a foundation for contributing your own insights to the stream of human understanding that flows from past to future. Chapter 12. The Modern Legacy of Heath Magic. As dawn breaks over a world transformed by centuries of magical progress and innovation, the ancient wisdom of the Heath communities continues to flow like hidden streams beneath the surface of contemporary wizarding life, nourishing practices and perspectives that might otherwise wither in the harsh light of modernity's relentless pace. In this final chapter of our journey through the magical Moorlands, we shall discover how the patient teachings of these remote communities have shaped the wizarding world in ways both subtle and profound, creating legacies that endure long after the original practitioners have joined the ancestors they so faithfully honored. Picture yourself standing in a modern magical library, surrounded by gleaming instruments and sophisticated texts that represent the cutting edge of contemporary magical knowledge. Yet look more carefully, and you will begin to recognize elements that trace their origins to wind-swept moors and earth-sheltered dwellings, where generations of Heath practitioners developed insights that now form the foundation for advances their creators could never have imagined. The weather magic that has become essential to modern magical agriculture, disaster prevention, and environmental management draws heavily upon techniques first developed by Heath communities, who learned to work with atmospheric forces through patient observation and careful cooperation, rather than dramatic intervention. The subtle approaches pioneered by Moorland weather workers now guide large-scale climate management projects that protect entire regions from the devastating effects of extreme weather while maintaining ecological balance. The integration of Heath weather-working principles into contemporary magical meteorology has revolutionized the field by introducing concepts of long-term atmospheric cooperation that replace older approaches based on forceful control and short-term manipulation. Modern weather workers trained in these principles achieve results that are both more effective and more sustainable than traditional methods, while avoiding the ecological disruption that characterized earlier, large-scale weather modification attempts. The atmospheric communication techniques developed by Heath communities have evolved into sophisticated magical communication networks that enable instantaneous contact across vast distances without relying on the magical infrastructure that can be disrupted during crisis situations. These networks provide essential backup communication capabilities for magical governments, emergency services, and research organizations that require reliable contact even under adverse conditions. The Herbology advances that emerged from Heath communities' intensive study of Moorland plant magic have contributed essential knowledge to the development of new potions, healing treatments, and magical cultivation techniques that benefit the entire wizarding world. The understanding of how harsh environmental conditions can concentrate and enhance plant magical properties has led to revolutionary approaches to magical agriculture that produce more potent ingredients while requiring fewer resources. The conservation principles developed through generations of sustainable Heath community practice now guide magical conservation efforts worldwide, providing frameworks for managing magical ecosystems that balance immediate needs against long-term sustainability. These principles have become particularly important as magical populations have grown and the demand for magical resources has increased pressure on natural magical environments. The plant cultivation techniques that enable the successful growth of traditionally wild magical plants under controlled conditions have expanded the availability of rare magical ingredients while reducing pressure on wild populations. These techniques, originally developed to allow Heath communities to maintain essential plant supplies despite environmental challenges, now support magical research and healing that would otherwise be impossible due to ingredient scarcity. The magical preservation methods that Heath communities develop to maintain the potency of plant materials over extended periods have been adapted for use in modern magical storage facilities, research laboratories, and healing establishments. These methods ensure that magical ingredients retain their properties far longer than would be possible using conventional preservation techniques. The concealment magic that protected Heath communities for centuries has been refined and adapted to serve modern needs for privacy, security, and protection in an increasingly connected magical world. The subtle approaches that made Heath settlements virtually undetectable have been developed into sophisticated security systems that protect everything from private residences to critical magical infrastructure. The layered protection concepts that characterized Heath community defenses now influence the design of magical security systems that provide multiple levels of protection against different types of threats. These systems emphasize prevention and redirection rather than confrontation, reducing the likelihood of dangerous magical conflicts while maintaining effective protection for valuable resources and sensitive locations. The early warning networks that enabled Heath communities to detect approaching threats have evolved into comprehensive monitoring systems that track magical phenomena across large areas and provide advance notice of potential problems. These systems combine traditional observation techniques with modern magical instruments to create surveillance capabilities that far exceed what either approach could achieve independently. The community cooperation models developed by Heath communities have influenced modern approaches to magical governance, resource management, and crisis response that emphasize collaboration and mutual support over hierarchical control structures. These models demonstrate the effectiveness of decision-making processes that incorporate multiple perspectives while maintaining the ability to respond quickly to urgent situations. The consensus-building techniques that enabled Heath communities to make complex decisions despite diverse viewpoints have been adapted for use in modern magical organizations that require broad agreement for effective operation. These techniques help groups navigate difficult decisions while maintaining unity and commitment to shared goals. The resource-sharing protocols that allowed Heath communities to maintain prosperity despite individual limitations have influenced the development of cooperative magical organizations that pool resources and expertise to achieve goals that would be impossible for individual practitioners. These organizations now play essential roles in magical research, education, and community service. The educational approaches that produced the skilled practitioners essential for Heath community survival have contributed insights to modern magical education that emphasize practical experience, environmental awareness, and the integration of theoretical knowledge with real-world application. These approaches have improved the effectiveness of magical training while producing practitioners better equipped to address contemporary challenges. The apprenticeship systems that preserved essential knowledge across generations have been adapted to serve modern needs for specialized training that cannot be provided through conventional educational institutions. These systems now support advanced training in areas such as magical conservation, specialized healing, and the preservation of traditional magical knowledge. The memory techniques that enabled Wisdomkeepers to preserve vast amounts of information have been refined and systematized to support modern information management needs in areas where written records are impractical or insufficient. These techniques prove particularly valuable for storing and accessing complex magical knowledge that resists conventional documentation approaches. The healing traditions that addressed both physical and spiritual well-being have contributed essential insights to modern magical medicine that emphasize holistic treatment approaches and the integration of emotional and environmental factors into healing practice. These traditions have enriched contemporary healing by providing alternatives to purely symptom-focused treatment methods. The diagnostic techniques that identified underlying causes of illness, rather than merely treating obvious symptoms, have influenced modern magical medicine to develop more comprehensive approaches to health assessment and treatment planning. These techniques help healers identify problems before they become serious, while addressing root causes rather than superficial manifestations. The therapeutic approaches that utilize natural materials and environmental factors to support healing have been incorporated into modern treatment protocols that combine advanced magical techniques with traditional natural healing methods. These integrated approaches often prove more effective than either traditional or modern methods used alone. Spiritual practices that maintained community morale and individual purpose during difficult periods have been adapted to address modern challenges such as magical burnout, isolation in urban magical communities, and the loss of connection to natural magical sources that characterizes much contemporary magical life. The ritual frameworks that provided structure and meaning to community life have influenced modern approaches to magical celebration, commemoration, and community building that help maintain social cohesion and shared purpose in increasingly diverse magical communities. The meditation and contemplation practices that supported personal development and magical advancement have been refined and systematized to provide accessible approaches to magical and spiritual growth that can be practiced even in busy modern environments. The environmental harmony principles that guided Heath community relationships with their natural surroundings have become increasingly important as the magical world grapples with the environmental consequences of rapid magical development and population growth. These principles provide frameworks for sustainable magical practice that meets contemporary needs while preserving magical environments for future generations. The ecosystem management approaches that maintained the health and productivity of moorland environments while supporting human magical communities have been adapted to address modern conservation challenges in magical forests, underwater magical habitats, and other environments that require careful balance between use and preservation. The sustainability practices that enabled Heath communities to thrive for centuries without depleting their resources have been systematized and scaled up to address global magical resource management challenges. These practices demonstrate that abundance and conservation can be compatible when approached with appropriate wisdom and long-term perspective. The innovation integration strategies that allowed Heath communities to adopt beneficial new technologies while preserving essential traditional practices have become increasingly relevant as the magical world faces rapid technological change. These strategies help modern magical communities navigate change while maintaining valuable traditions and cultural identity. The adaptation methodologies that enabled Heath communities to respond effectively to changing environmental and social conditions while maintaining their core values provide models for modern magical communities facing similar challenges. These methodologies emphasize flexible response over rigid adherence to outdated practices while protecting essential cultural and magical heritage. The knowledge preservation systems that maintained critical information across generations have been enhanced with modern magical recording techniques to create comprehensive archives that combine traditional wisdom with contemporary insights. These archives serve as resources for ongoing research, while ensuring that valuable knowledge is not lost during periods of rapid change. The research networks that connect modern practitioners interested in traditional magical knowledge have created opportunities for collaborative investigation that combines historical scholarship with practical experimentation. These networks facilitate the rediscovery and refinement of traditional techniques while supporting innovation based on solid traditional foundations. The training programs that transmit traditional magical knowledge to contemporary practitioners ensure that valuable skills and insights continue to benefit the magical world, even as the communities that originally developed them adapt to changing circumstances. These programs provide pathways for learning that complement formal magical education while preserving knowledge that might otherwise be lost. The cultural bridges that connect traditional magical communities with contemporary magical society create opportunities for mutual benefit and understanding that enrich both traditional and modern magical practice. These bridges help preserve valuable traditions while enabling traditional communities to benefit from modern innovations and opportunities. As our imagined journey through the magical moorlands draws to a close, and the first light of a new day illuminates paths that stretch toward horizons filled with infinite possibility, take a moment to appreciate the profound gift that flows from those who chose patient wisdom over quick achievement, sustainable practice over immediate gain, and service to future generations over personal advantage. Their legacy reminds us that true progress often comes not from abandoning the past, but from understanding it deeply enough to build upon its foundations while adapting its insights to serve contemporary needs. What wisdom from your own heritage might guide your contributions to the stream of knowledge and understanding that flows from past to future? And how might honoring those who came before you inspire choices that will in turn become valuable legacies for those who follow?